sure we're live. Oops, that's the wrong button. Come back to that note. We got blueprints just in case we need it. Let's check to see if we're live. Welcome, by the way, everyone. Hello, hello. My hair's out of whack. Oh, so is my life. Oop. Yeah, we're live. Nice. Oh. I need to come get the other one for this afternoon. Okay. There's technically two left. Okay. Alright, we're back. We're back, chat. We're back. Welcome back. Let's see. Sorry about that, chat. I am here. Had to take care of something real quick. Welcome back. Welcome back. Oi, 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 oi. I decided we'll take it easy today, Tim. We're gonna do some blueprints. What is it? Live stuff? Is it frozen? Oh, come on. There we go. I think we're good. I think we are up and running. One second, let me check one setting real quick, chat. Alright. We are back. My hair is out of whack. But welcome back to Blueprints. Everyone, welcome. Decided we'd take a little easier day instead of going into one of the more hardcore games. We'll just chill and do some blueprints. Do a little bit more puzzling, and then we'll We'll pick up the main schedule more towards the beginning of the week, Monday to Tuesday, to try to get back on track with certain things, but we'll have to see how that goes. But I decided today was a little more chill day and just was a little late. A little late to start our little RPG robot game we got going on the PC. So we'll do some puzzles and just see what one of the day three gives us layout wise to the house. See what progress we can make. The only room that's on my priority list right now on my notes is we need to find the security room because um well, like we're missing like a huge portion of like some information that we're now requiring in order to push forward with the mystery that I feel like is conglomerately locked in that room. So we need to focus on security today only. Everything else is kind of a offset secondary to the security office or the security terminal area. The office, we've already been there at least once. We can't go there until we have the password again, which I don't have anything in my notes that I could see that we found a password that could be that password. No, it needed like, I think it needed like 6, 7 letters in it, whatever it is. Something like that. It's not a small word, it's like a medium sized word. I'm just not sure what it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 10. Don't think it was. I think it was only up to 8 letters, not 10. I thought maybe it's the title of the game, but then that'd be a little too obvious. Red Prince is shorter. So if that's 10, Red Prince is 8. I mean, that's just a theory. I doubt it's that. Next time we go in there, maybe. We try that, just to see if it fits. But, otherwise, the security terminal, security office is what we want over the main office. And other thing I want to try to do if we can and get lucky enough with the layout is we need to try to make it to the antechamber. I want to see what happens if you actually just get over there. I do think it's locked and the doors are sealed until you figure out how you open it, which is what the mystery and puzzle part of the game is. I'm pretty sure. So, but I want to see what happens if you make it over there. So we're gonna try to accomplish that, dude. That's secondary goal though, over the security office and trying to get more info out of that. So, because that might even maybe have some of the passwords, logins, or even other things we're looking for that we are missing out on right now. It also has that red note thing I need to read that I need to refresh my memory on and write down in my notes to see which notes can be truly trusted. Because some notes are going to lie to us in the house on purpose to throw us off for the part of the mystery. Plus, it has to do with a what do they call it again? It's like that Rubik's cube thing type conundrum where it's a box within a box within a box within a box. So to try to find out what the true actual real box is the key to what this house represents, which is what the antechamber is essentially. It's the center of that little puzzle you see on the table right now, which I'm pretty sure is what the house is built around. So, all right, let's load up. How long has it been? We've been talking about good enough, about 10 minutes almost. Give everyone a chance to join up. Let's load in the day. Oh, it's still loading, but my face is in front of the loading icon. I didn't see. I was like, "What is this? Just a black screen." Day 3 in the house in the house of mazes. Created clearly by a Zeech follower. Right? Only a Zeech worshiper would have created a house like this. Let me turn on my custom controls. Welcome, welcome, late notification, YouTube. That's not bad. 10 minutes though. I will say that's about Somebody's notification went out about 10 minutes out. That's not bad, though. Had to turn my controls on. Forgot they weren't on so we could see where we're at. Okay. So, we're going to make a straight line. We're going to see how many straight lines we can get towards the antechamber. That is our secondary objective, but it's also to see if we can roll the security office in a straight line. Funny we get it the first one. No. Wow, that's unlucky. So our straight line immediately got destroyed except for the chapel, but I don't think I have any money. So we're going to put the chapel down, but we can't go through here yet. Ironically. Because we have no coins. Yeah. Hey, what happens when you have no coins? Actually, hold on. What happens when you have no coins? Oh, nothing. You can just go. It's a free room. Oh, okay. Well, then never mind. Then that is actually okay. Just for direction alone. There's nothing in here I can see. Nothing has changed. All of it's still the same. I want to keep moving this way. Aha! Green spare room. Now let's test to see if this has any. Although a hallway. Hallway would be nice. Let's save our spare room. Just because now we've got the hallway. This is the one with the west wings are locked. Let's keep going this way. Ah, see now it's trying to break me off again. That's inconvenient. But we made it further than I thought we would before we get blocked off. Parlor. Let's see if we can try to solve the puzzle. And get lucky with some diamonds this time. All 3 boxes contain gems. That's a lie. The other 2 boxes contain gems. Okay, that's also a lie. This box contains the gems. Okay, so it's got to be this one then. Haha, so that's an easier one to figure out with the way this puzzle works, this little conundrum works. Because this is a lie because it's only one box will ever have a prize in it. This is a lie also because one box. That's right. I remember the trick now. The middle box mimics one of the other 2 boxes. It will be both a true and false statement. Because it's partially true. This statement is halfway true because one of the other boxes besides this one does contain the gems, but not both. And the fact that this one, because these 2 are basically partially a lie, this one's full lie, partially a lie, that makes this the true box. And since this box said this has the gems in it, that was a pretty easy one. That was a good blessing right there on that one. That was a good throw. What do we get now? Screw it. That's what we're getting. Courtyard. Let's go in the wrong direction now. We're getting the house is mazing up on me a little bit today. So let's courtyard it up. We're gonna have to curve back left the other way. No, aha. Got the shovel. A turnip. Ooh, 6 steps. Ooh. Turnips are rare. Any other diggable dirt? No. So let's keep going this way. We're just gonna kind of locked. Oh, we have no key. Are both of these locked? No. So this curves back. Ooh, the den. This will allow us to connect it to the hallway, but that will block us off. We don't want the mail room yet. Let's just do the den, get another diamond. so we can pay for another good room. Because the rooms we have to pay gems for, we don't have the hammer. We need to remember that. So we would need another green type room. Let's see where this goes. Ooh, speaking of the spare green room. But we don't want to use a diamond yet. Let's do a nook. Let's get a key. We could use that key to open the trunk, but I'd rather see if we get lucky and find the hammer. That's a waste of our key if we need to go through any extra locked hallways. Oh, and there's what I was saving the diamonds for. That's what we came here for. Thank you, game. Now that made up for the terrible direction the north went up. Here we go. This is what we wanted. We're in the first 10 minutes. Be quiet. It's a cutscene for this one. This is why I said this was important. Did you see the dead body? Oh, yeah. I did see that. I haven't got around to it yet, but I did see the announcement. We were originally going to do it and try to showcase it, but it didn't work out. Also want to point out, look how much old type of computers this house runs on, but yet it's still fully functional. There's a lot to this that I have, like I said, a big theory on what this place is. And these are all the different rooms that we haven't seen yet. There's a lot of them. We've seen the storage room. We have not seen which looks like a library, or maybe some sort of record room. Some sort of musical room. And then, yeah, look. It's delayed, as you can see. Like, it's like they almost used this technology because maybe it was the only thing that could record what's happening in the house. Because if I'm not mistaken, yeah, you see how I jump away? It even shows it in real time in the game. Watch. Boop. So, maybe they went with the theory. Ooh, there's a safe room too. We've been in this room. So let's see how many rooms we've been in. We've been in this room. We've been in this room. We've been in this room. We have not been in here. That's a wine cellar. I saw it one time. I might have been in it once by accident, but didn't really get anything out of it. We have not been in the library. This musical room. Some sort of jewelry room, ironically enough. Haven't been in there. This looks like a pool room. Haven't been in there. Another musical type. Looks like more like a ballroom in that case. Haven't been in there. Some sort of showcase room. Haven't been in there. Have we been in the baby's room or the kid's room? I don't know, actually. We've been in this closet. That's the spare room, but now the spare room is the spare green room. We haven't been in this record room yet. Okay. Aha, so. Okay, so you see that little notation hidden under that line right there? Now we don't have a magnifying glass to see it. Red memos are lies unless they're written in hand. Ah, so it's about being typed out versus being hand. So actually, so that means the note we had from the maid about the books, that was written in hand. It was not typed. So that actually was the truth about the books' names. So now we have one of the pieces of things that I was kind of following that I saw in a video, and I needed to read it myself to kind of to see if I was right about which one was which. Yeah. So this is how many cams there are in the house to show you kind of how many rooms there probably are. At least, well, in realistic terms, I don't know if that many rooms are actually in the game, but so there's like Cam 56, Cam 12. That's a big leap. What are these? Cam 23, Cam 45, Cam 12, and Cam 23. Oh, so let's look in the rest of this room. There's a lot in here. Is there anything else to interact with besides the computer? Alright, let's begin note taking. Also, did you see that Star Wars XCOM game? I did see that, yes. It looks interesting. I mean, it's a cool concept. I wouldn't mind a Star Wars XCOM-y type game. I don't know what the obsession of making Jedi's robots now is, though, which is a little weird. But, um, so everything's just Grievous now? Who really knows? But alright, it's time to finally make our security room notes. So 8, 2, 3. Yeah, I'll just call it security room. Security, security. SECU. Can't spell it today. A little out of it today, to be fair, chat. Alright, security room. But I did see it. It does look really good. I'm hoping it's a sign that things are coming. I don't want to get too much into this other subject, but we're gonna be playing a surprise next month in honor of rewarding something that is good, but also understands not to break the wallet. It might be slightly a message from a company to the other companies, realizing the collapse that I talked about on just pricing things too high over on average just for a regular base game versus a good game that has resurrected itself from the grave being charged at such a great price, and then you should buy that because that rewards, hey, you did the right thing. This is what we want. We want a good, fun game, but also we're not going to pay $100 for it. And good on the company that this is going on around. And once again, I don't want to get too much into the subject, get away from blueprints, but good on them for hopefully, because if anybody can do it, they can. Hopefully, that they're going to be the sounding board that kind of prevents this from completely destroying everything that gaming kind of is and leaving nothing but indies. Because at some point that could be a thing if it gets too strenuous because just average people aren't going to buy it. Not over like livelihood and other stuff that they have to take care of in real life. So good on that company for remaking a game that is brilliant, keeping it the brilliance that it is, but also understanding what it represents. And the timing was great. But, anyways, let me write our notes down. Security room. Now we need to read this first. Or put this down first. This is the first, most important note that will basically relate to the rest of the house. Found a note stating that blue memos let's say slash notes so I know what that means just in case. Slash notes equals, instead of just true, I'm going to put truth. Because I understand it's like a true false, like truth lies situation. Blue memo slash notes equals truth, comma, red red memos slash notes. Let's see. Red memo slash notes equal lies. And then we're going to put unless written by hand. Okay. Alright, let me bring chat back up. Also, that Mendo was the last of his clan. Oh. Yeah, see, that Jedi is not a robot. He's wearing a mask because his species can't breathe. Oh, really? He looked kind of robotish. I don't know. His arms look kind of spinny. I'm pretty sure, because there was a guy I did see who had a suit that couldn't breathe oxygen, but that wasn't the Jedi, though. The Jedi looked straight like a robot. Let's see. Terminal password. I can't read it. It's an S, whatever it is. Okay, so, okay. Bring my notes back up. We gotta write that down. Found I'll put a staff notice. Found a staff notice. Found a staff notice stating. Found a staff notice stating. Effective the first week of December, payroll for all live out, and seasonal staff will be managed electronically as your attendance will no longer be registered at morning roll call. It is doubly important that you do not fail to clock in and out at one of the electronic computer terminals on the estate. Two of these terminals can be found in security, where where the punch clock used to be, and in the laboratory. So there's a laboratory in here too. Interesting. Any questions or concerns regarding this process should be directed, as always, to our house manager, Miss Babbage. Alright, so found a staff notice stating I'm going to put the terminal password. And we're gonna write it out on its own thing. Terminal password, but it's crossed off. But it's crossed out. But it's crossed out. But it's crossed out. But it's crossed out, possibly beginning with an S. Possibly beginning with the letter S. And I'm going to put underneath this terminal, oops, password, colon, and I'm just going to put an S for now because it's the only letter we know. Okay. Do we know how many letters it is? It's the same. I assume this terminal password works on all the terminals. That I don't know. Sorry, Chad, I'm trying to get I'm just getting real close. Now I'm trying to see if I can see what the other letter next to it is. Also, thought I heard something outside. So, okay, it possibly begins with an S. Is that an N and an M on the end? See, it's too hard to see to tell if that's just the blotting of the ink or it kind of looks like there's an N and an M at the end, but like almost like Simon, right? But that's not long. That's too long for the word Simon. Yeah, no, something else is in there. I'm not gonna assume what that is until I know more. We just know it's an S. Sinclair, maybe. Hold on. Sincla, maybe. We should try that. Because it is Sinclair, the owner of this, the family, so, okay, maybe. Can't remember if we found any notes with Babbage's name on it. Hopefully not, because I kind of forgot if that's the case. No, I don't. Because unless it's like, since Babbage is the head person, I thought maybe it could be that person. Could be Babbage, I guess, but it starts with an S. We know that. It would be a last name. Maybe Babbage was one of the Sinclairs. I mean, that's the only word that slightly feels like it fits in that blot out in my brain with all the words we've run across with this game. So we'll try it and see what happens. Can't hurt. So that's a lie. I'm gonna write this down, but that's technically a lie because it says anything written on a note or a memo that's not handwritten, that's read, is a lie. So let's write this down. Found a memo slash note stating until further notice. Until further notice, The antechamber, that's written in bold. A-N-T-E, the antechamber, we'll put written in bold. Or, excuse me, typed, because this isn't written, so I need to be specific about that. The others were written, this is not. Typed in bold. Typed in bold lettering. See, has been unlocked. Okay, so space has been is unlocked bold. No, that N is thinner. I say that. It's a little hard to tell. I don't think that the other stands out. That doesn't. Okay, it has been unlocked, comma, and access levers. We capitalize this. The heck? The wind must have did that. Hold on 1 second, chat. Hold on. Gotta be the wind. If the wind pocket gets in there, it's gonna open it. I'm just gonna close it for now. The wind is trying to open and slam my door, and I don't want to slam the door on the stream and be loud. Okay. And access levers. Okay, that's bull. Access levers are no longer required to grant entry. Which we know since it's written or typed on a red note, which we should say that. We're going to say that at the end there. Typed on a red memo / note. And access levers are no longer required to grant entry. Okay. Period. And that needs to be typed on a red memo / note. Typed on a red memo / note. Okay. Alrighty then. See, there's a blue one now too. Let me bring chat back up. So this is gonna be true. And see, I think that is just stylistic to show that the species is not human. I guess maybe. This could be strange. I mean, at least it's not a robot if that's the case. Because it does seem a little weird that none of the Jedis have been anything biological lately in a lot of the games, and I'm like, what? Even in that little MOBA game, that one that was multiplayer for a while, that one, the Jedi in that one was a robot. The Sith wasn't, but the Jedi was. But that is good to hear, though. I do think though that as much as it's cool because Star Wars has so many alien like different species, I do think maybe it'd have been better. Maybe right now with everything going on, since Star Wars is in a weird place, maybe should have like made it more of a recognizable species that people could latch onto a little easier as a character. I don't know. I think that's my biggest maybe slight pet peeve with this game, especially being who's making it, and who they decided to give it to. Has me a bit worried with, can they do this though? Are they going to be able to actually make this a proper XCOM type game? We'll see. Concept wise, just combat wise, it looks pretty decent. It looks pretty fun. But that's not what will probably kill it if it has. So I guess we'll see how it goes. I do have high hopes until proven otherwise. So we'll have to see what happens. It's actually I'm approaching that one the same way I'm approaching the Blade game that finally got a new that got announced a while ago, and who supposedly was given that game. That one's great, but also a little like, but they're not used to these types of games though. The choice part would be amazing, but the action part might be a little weird because they're not used to making that type of game. Which once again, that company's also just had a saving grace of a bullet flying through the air of success finally of one of its older titles. Um, Even though they technically didn't fully work on this, they probably had a hand in it, but technically it has to do with the company who just remade it the most. They're the reason why it's come back. Otherwise, the from what I've heard, the trigger wasn't pulled by the company owner of the IP. It was pulled by their owner IP, whether you call it main company, the console company that they represent, are the ones who actually started this. When it wasn't even the company itself who owns the game itself who started this, who you can probably we can kind of clearly tell maybe just doesn't care enough, and it's sad. But we also have been shown if the big boy, big brother of the house, who does technically own the rights to their games as a console platform, says otherwise, they don't really have a say at that point anymore. So it's like, and I think they've smelled the blood in the water and realized that things need to be done differently. So hopefully that's the case, especially since they're doing okay, better than they used to be because of things that are being mistakes that are being made by their competitors, but not big enough mistakes yet that would gain them fully back control of the console industry. If y'all know who I'm referencing. However, if this move plays out well and the other side keeps making silly mistakes, it'll switch pretty quickly at some point. So, but otherwise, I do have high hopes and hope it does well. You can customize characters and make and change speed. Really, it's gonna let us do that. So it's gonna go full XCOM. Because from what they kind of the trailer made it seem is that this crew is like a cinematic crew, like the crew is the crew itself. Meaning the XCOM part is the combat, but you don't really have custom characters. I don't know. I didn't really get that vibe from the trailer that you're gonna be able to make your own characters from that game. That it's gonna be more of a select, set of characters. But maybe that is what that is. If that is the case, that game has got a way easier chance at fully just blowing it out of the water and going good. But I don't know. The developers of a lot of Star Wars IPs lately just, I don't know what the right word for it is. They say the first horseman of the gaming apocalypse is EA making non-greedy fun games. That would be funny, but they would only do that out of survival, much like another company is doing right now. because I want to point out that even though I'm giving credit where credit is due, I don't want to go too much into it. The company I am referencing with the moves they've made recently, really smart ones, they're not technically doing it because, oh, we want to be more consumer friendly or we're trying to be friendlier on their wallets. They're doing it because out of necessity, they are technically, even with the mistakes their competitors have made, at the more bottom of the barrel. So they're making moves out of survival, out of the fact that people spoke with their wallet long enough to that side of the spectrum that they've realized they need to do better if they just want money in general or want a business in general to succeed. So, but that the boxing gloves that they put on and the right hook out of nowhere that has just been made to their other two competitors is quite a heavy one. And it will make reverberations because people have just been reminded what it's like to have a good game but not make it feel like you can't afford rent or your food anymore for just buying a game. Because that's what it's become for most AAA titles. It's become I either buy food and live or buy a game. And that's literally what the market thinks it should be when that's not sustainable or realistic. Especially when there's too many games. And I heard this spoken well on another YouTube channel I watched recently. The market's too overflooded. There are so many games in existence that trying to say that your games will need to be this or need to be this price or need to be that price is it's asinine. It's because you can't expect people to pay more for your product when there's so many other products we just can buy over yours. And that's why a lot of these AAA companies are failing because they don't realize, well, there's these other companies who exist who are making better products for less money. Putting out better quality products is about the same quality as some of these AAAs, or close to it, close enough to it at least. Not always, but close enough to be considered. Um, and they're not nickel and diamond and trying to pretend that the market is still this niche, barely existing and barely has competitors to the other side of the spectrum kind of situation. And that's what it was kind of broken down on in the video I watched. And that's what's caused this. And I'm very happy to see it. I just hope it sticks. Realistically, there is a chance that it might not, but if anyone can pull this off, and since they are the ones who are trying to look to win back players and people coming to their platform and things like that, I could see them pushing this real hard just to be the stickler because they are the one that's at a disadvantage in the war, and this would gain them the ground they need back, which is a smart decision. Which is why I say I am giving credit where credit is due. So, but only time will tell. But either way, back to blueprints. Let me read what chat say. Let's see. The cinematic team are still available and can die in that game. Same with your custom. So it's kind of like how. What is it? Didn't XCOM 2 do that? Where you started off with a team that was technically in the cutscenes, but they could easily just die off because they're just for the opening sequences, essentially? Just to get the bar set, I guess you could say. That makes more sense. At least for an XCOM type game. And like I said, and if that's the case, then that gives me more hope that this game is going to be insane. And that we're going to be able to do all kinds of things with these characters, which is what it should do as an XCOM game being based in the Star Wars universe. I should be able to basically essentially make the crew I want, my dream crew, whether it be Mando bounty hunter type characters, uh, clone troopers, because I think one of them was a clone trooper. So things like that, and like just be able to like basically fully decide the type of things that I want to run out onto the field, do different missions, have multiple different setups. That's what makes an XCOM game good, and that's why XCOM has always ruled in that aspect in its own domain. Even though it does have a lot of competition, the XCOM genre and type of game took off pretty hard. So unlike some others, it definitely can't just sit there and boil away. because it has no competition. There's tons of XCOM like games, which is why I'm glad. Which is also good for the Star Wars game too. It means it has to set a higher bar and do better because it has to compete with other things like XCOM and things like that that already exists and others who are coming out. So that is at least inspiring, and that's also a coincidence in line of the other thing. So I do think we're heading in that way. I think the rebirth of I think the cascade slash rebirth of the gaming industry is going to happen soon for the third time in its entire existence, as I've kind of talked about with video game history before. But I think we're encroaching on the part where the rebirth and rebuilding part can kind of start happening in the background because the cascade's gotten so bad that certain main people, smaller people, and bigger, and one main major company at least, has realized, oh, maybe we should count our ducks and make sure we take the safe road and secure games that people want to play, and it be an actual game, and not try to charge them. I need to saw your arm off real quick, money. But yeah. Is it meaning your max level God Jedi who carried you halfway through the game can die to a B1 battle droid? Yes. I love this. As long as that's the case, I don't care if as long as you can customize and do what you want, I'll take that terrible pain of I have this. I made a special Jedi that may be partially Sith because I wonder if there's an option to kind of do that too. Maybe not be fully Jedi because it didn't say that it was fully a Jedi, more of a Force wielder. So this means that technically you can probably choose both or be both. It's like at least with that character. So my purple lightsaber wielding half Jedi, half Sith, maxed out, super badass, has carried the whole legion this whole way, lost friends to the enemy. One day just gets an unlucky block where he for some reason, even though he's a Jedi, just doesn't block the blaster bolt from this one B1, and then may he rest in peace. That's what I do love XCOM games for. But in a way, if you do think about an XCOM game is kind of like a roguelike game. Just I do think that maybe the two genres maybe need to one day meld together and have a little bit of a, or maybe do have maybe like a marrying of the two genres and let them uh have their stuff together because I do think a roguelike would play really well into an XCOM type game. Just because you're already kind of getting a roguelike type behavior with the fact if you lose high level crews and crews or excuse me squads and stuff like that kind of plays into the same thing. So let me write this blue note down so we can continue. All right, so comma. If my stream goes out, by the way, chat, it means something very not dangerous bad, just annoyingly bad happened. And if it does end up causing some problems, we will be talking about it on Monday, and something might be changing. Because it depends, because as you can tell, I'm probably not in the greatest, like, as you can probably see it in my eyes, I'm not in the greatest of modes right now. So, it has to do with something that's going on behind my back right now that is not okay. It's not kosher. So, so if for some reason connection gets cut or lost or something weird like that happens, just know we may be having to come to a real life discussion where I may have to do something different with my. I'm calling AI, all the things we've talked about on the channel, and stuff for the channel eventually, but certain parties that I will not name, just to be respectful, are, yeah, making this almost impossible to do the original setup I was going to do to get me to where I was going and then go from there. So, depending on how this goes, it's going to determine a lot. So, wanted to give everyone a heads up. Hopefully it means nothing will change, but we'll talk about it more if that becomes the case. It'll be an actual vlog, though, if we do that. We'll play this, but it'll be more of a vlog. Because I won't worry about writing notes, because we might not get to continue it. We'll just go as far as we can get. So, either way, let me write this note down. Let's see, also found a memo/note. Oops, that's not how you spell note. Also found a memo/note. Also found a memo/note, stating key card stating key card access, security doors, SEC, my brain, CUR, security doors are, oh, that's why that, so I wonder if there was supposed to be a door there then. A security door then. Interesting. So that block we had yesterday with that security door might have only been because we had put so many rooms down. So does that mean every room down ranks up every other room across the estate? I bet you that's what it means. So for rooms that have better rank access later, or maybe benefits that give you better at higher ranks, that means certain rooms you want to save till you've put down a certain amount. Interesting. Okay, so let's keep writing this down. Also found a memo/note stating keycard access security doors are more likely are more likely to appear in the higher to appear in the higher ranks of the estate. Likewise, likewise as a redundant, redundant, likewise as a redundant security measure, comma, normal doors in the state will also will also, that's why we saw more keys to the end as well, will also be more likely, more likely to be locked. Period. Locked as you progress north. Locked as you progress. Okay. That's why. That makes more sense now what happened. As you progress north. Period. Now we do written or typed is what I should put. Typed typed on a blue memo slash note Alright, so typed on a blue memo slash note. Nice. Okay. Something, let me see. XCOM games are better with Iron Man, no saves coming because we need fuel to pay. Something tells me if I ever play a game like this, the screenshot key on my PC will fall off. But yeah, that's what I was actually what I should be doing as well. I am also taking pictures of all of these. Let me go take a picture of the other one first. But technically, with the way PlayStation does its screenshots, though, it's not easy to get into them and organize them and put them in like a neat folder. And oh, this is for blueprints only. You know what I mean? Whereas on PC, at least you could do that. You'd actually have less work than I would, at least, because I'm having to write this down on my phone in the notes because we're playing this on console. Whereas on PC, I would just do what you just said. I would just screenshot it and just put the picture in my blueprints folders of images and put like at the beginning like some small notations if I need them, something like that. So it would be less. It would be far less you'd have to keep. You just take pictures of most of it. See, I actually kind of forgot if I took a picture of that as well. I'm just gonna take two just in case. And then we take a picture of these two, since that will be in order of that note. Okay. Alright, we've got our information there. That leads back in the other room, yep. So, now for the computer. Here's where the rest of my notes are probably going to be written down from. Welcome to Mount Holly Security. Okay, I also want to try this. See if this fits. Sinclair. SINCLAIR. Ah, nope, because there's at least, wow, this is a big word. Unless this is just for extra fluff to throw me off, but that is a very big word. Maybe I should type in blueprints. No, see, it has to be this length. Oh, R2 to submit? Ah, okay. So let's try blueprints. I don't think it'll be that simple, but I'm just trying things that are kind of obvious since we don't have too much to go on right now. Other than that terminal password, which is clearly starts with an S, but I just want to see what this does. Blue. See if this works. Prints. PR. I. N. Is that as long as it is? No, that's still not long enough either. Yeah, okay. It's definitely something with an S. We don't have that right now. Okay. Okay, so this right here, this screen, this is to help us see if we've missed anything in the rooms. So if we auto-generate some things with some later rooms and we had the security to come back and check this and it's not too far away, we can go and see if we've missed anything, which we have missed a trunk because we don't have the hammer to open it. So security doors within the estate can only be unlocked with an electronic keycard. The keycard system is currently operational. Security level medium. This mode determines the default setting of the security doors will be set to if the power is lost during a blackout, for example. As a general safety rule, offline mode should be set to unlocked if any staffer were okay. Let's confirm doing that. Because that means now when the power's not on, maybe we don't need a security card to get through those doors now, but we would have to have this room first in order to get around that. Set security level. The security level determines the amount of keycard security doors that will be deployed in your estate. E.g., you should expect to see one or two security doors with a low setting, 5 to 6 with a high setting. I wonder why you would want. I wonder if certain rooms just can't appear if you don't have security turned up. Let's not mess with that quite yet, but we know we can. Confirm settings to medium for now. Okay. It is operational though. So I would have to wonder if I'd have to cut the security room's power in order to change that. Hmm. These are things we're gonna have to find out. Wasn't anything else in there? No emails, no nothing. So these don't have emails. So only the office and the laboratory have emails. Yeah. Okay. Unless we can log into the network, nothing really. Well, I say that it has a network, but we can't do anything with it. Okay. So we can. Let me also put this in the notes. Found a terminal that can alter security settings. Let me put that. if someone is really min-maxing, then this game they'll have everything printed out and printed on a wall near their laptop. That's true. I think that's a little crazy. That's like how crazy the guy who built the house though in real life that you'd have to get to that point though. Let me put this in my notes as well. Period found a terminal. Found a terminal that can be, I'm going to say, logged into and change. Put security door settings. SEC, so, oh god, I can't spell today. There we go. Logged into and change security door settings. Found a terminal that can be logged into and change and is able to change security door settings. Good enough. That's good enough to understand that. Alright, which way we want to go? So we're trying to curve back towards the courtyard, but I think we need to burn some dead ends. Since the further north we get, the more security doors and locked doors happen. Let's go back this way for a second. We've still basically got full steps. See, there we go. We'll take the storeroom. Because we can go and put a dead end from the hallway on the other side. Which is what I'll do. This will at least get us some coins. Well, I think the coin will sadly have to get away. Yeah, see, here okay, we're also finding stuff like this too. We're finding versions of the puzzle that look like a house now. And I do think, once again, I forget what it was called. It was like the term was in the last episode. We read it in a note. But basically, think of it like one of those really crazy interlocking puzzle cubes that you can do that can shift sides and change. There's another word for it, but for some reason I can't remember it. But this whole house is one of those. This right here, if this alone isn't proof that the house moves, and that's why the logic for the gameplay makes sense. That we can just plop rooms down in random spots that they weren't before, because their house moves around like a jigsaw puzzle. There's that. Oh wait, did I ever mark anything in this storeroom? I don't know if I ever marked. So security room, conference room. I need to plug my control in. Bunk room, maid's chamber, office, boudoir, mail room, storeroom. Yeah. So I got it. Found a picture of a blue bird with a sailor outfit on it. Yep. Wanted to make sure I wrote that down too, because that's the same blue bird our guy, or our character, our young kid here, has out in his tent. So I don't find that coincidental. Alright, nothing else in here. So okay. Let's go burn some dead ends. Let's go back down to the bottom part of the house and see what else we can get now that security is up and running. See what we can get with entrance hall and stuff. So let's return this way. It's gonna use up some of our steps, but it'll be alright. Sadly, we'll have to pass through the chapel, which means we'll use our one coin we have. But that is the disadvantage of red rooms. So this can also be a dead end, like the guest bedroom. Beautiful. That gets our steps back. Also, it uses up a dead end. Nice. Ooh, a free diamond. Beautiful. We've already read all these. That's the billiard room stuff. Okay. Nothing. Nothing else. Okay, nothing there. So it's a free 10 steps. Now let's take the advantage to go this direction. Ah, closet. Drawing room. Here we go. That's beautiful. We have a free diamond we just got for that. I don't think we've been in here yet, so if we have anything in here we find, we need to write a note for it. I think this room is just a let me redraw my stuff room. Oh, it is a tutorial room. Yeah, it's just a tutorial for the draw room. That doesn't need to be saved. Unless I'm supposed to save this. I'm just gonna take a picture of this. That's something that would be kind of easy to remember, because the only other note I could make, which would take forever, is of all the different types of pictures. But some of them repeat, so I don't think they're important. Like that repeats there as well, and there. Although it could be that that's important that they're repeating. Maybe the repeating ones are the more important ones. I don't know. The only thing that really stands out in this room are the smaller pictures, which these are everywhere. These seem more important. And then, of course, the picture of Sinclair himself. Okay, so let's see what we get for a corner room. The boudoir. Oh, well, we could closet and get 4 items, but that's gonna be. Let's go with boudoir, cause. Well, wait. What did the boudoir have in it? Have we been in here? I don't remember. We have because I wrote it down. Let me check my notes for this. Let's see if there's a reason to put this down, or if we should just put in another transfer room to get some steps from. All right, the boudoir is the one with the safe. We could get something out of the safe. Let's do that just because the safe's in here. I have the code for it, so. Also, see if anything's changed in here. Uh, so far, no. Nothing has changed. So it's 1225. 1225. There's the red letter. Number 4. Does it say the same thing? Yeah, we already read that. Okay. And we got another free diamond. Let's see where this goes. Ooh, the West Wing hallway. Beautiful. But go ahead and put that down. It's too bad none of the rooms on in the center area I have no left doors on them, which sucks. The passageway, which would be great for that. We could pantry and tie back to the drawing room, go north. That would give us coins back, so we can go back to the chapel without losing money. This would give us... Oh, this one goes the other way. So ironically, that's technically more useful to us. So let's do this. Bedroom. Get some steps back up close to 50 again. So yeah, there's the puzzle again. It's everywhere. Pretty sure I've written everything down for the bedroom. Mailroom, boudoir. Wait. Did I write down? I don't think I did. Hold on a second. We're going to put this up here. Next to the boudoir. I don't know, but then we'd have to change everything's numbers. Shoot. I'm just going to have to put it down here. It's going to have to be number 9. Because I, for some reason, did not add this to my notes. I need to add that postcard. Even if it's something small, I feel like that one might be actually something. Bedroom. Okay. Where is it? Found a... Found a postcard. Let's see. Found a postcard. With Greet, greetings from, and then I'm gonna put written. And also, this is typed. Reddington is not handwritten right here. So that means that might be a lie, and that's not what the town's name is. I could be looking a little too much in that. Maybe this isn't considered a memo. Maybe this is a different type of note. That's the thing I don't know yet. On how to differentiate between them. So written in, this one is a cursive. Cursive. Written in cursive hand. So I'm gonna put. And then space. Redding. Reddington. Greetings from Reddington, and then that's written. And that's typed in red. Lettering. Okay. Alright, that's done. I don't want to miss any information. Seems pretty detrimental. No more crazy as building miniature replicas of the house and manually add rooms to it. That's true. That is very true. Alright, so now we're taking huge risks. So, I think we need to go back this way. Oh, that was bad luck. Alright, billiard room, I guess. Get a free item. Oh, wow, it jumped. And it's subtraction, right? Immediately? Yeah, okay, so that's 15 minus 7. 13, right? I can't math. That was not what I wanted to press. I'm make sure I'm looking at the right numbers. 7 7 is 14. That would be 6. I'm an idiot. Where is 6? Is there a 6? There is a 6. Wait, that's not it? I'm just gonna do it on the calculator. This is how screwed up my brain is today, Chad. I can't even freaking basic math right now. Where's my damn calculator? Unless the colors have changed again. 15, and that's a 15. Okay, Minus 7. 8. Oh, but I guess because 8 and 8 is 16, that makes more sense. Yeah, like I said, my head cannot math today. Math not good today. Oh, wow, okay. It gets harder depending on the rank of the room. So the higher the rank the room, also the harder the puzzle. Interesting. So that's why I think the parlor was such a hard version of that little box, 3-box conundrum. One's the truth, one's the lie, one's both. I think why that one was harder to figure out was because we ended up getting it way later after we putting down a lot of rooms. This one's showing the same thing because it's jumping from one extreme to the next. It means division might be in this one. But let's see. So now it's 6 times 1? Multiplication is next, right? Yeah. So that'd be just 6. Okay, whoa, yep, and that would be division. It's purple. I think 8 divided by 4 is 4 because 4 times. Well, no. It would be 2, right? Because 4 times 2 is 8. I'm trying not to let it confuse my brain today because I'm so discombobulated. I want to say 2. Is there a 2 on here? But I'll have to start over if I don't. So I'm going to double check my math. Clear. 8 divided by 4. 2? I was right. I just didn't want to press the wrong one. Now let's start over. Okay. Alrighty then. This one I'm definitely doing just to make it fast. 6 plus 3. So clear this. 6 plus 3. That's 9. Then divide. We should do it in the order it's on the board because it goes plus minus. So that was 6. Or should I do 6 minus 3? We'll see what it gets us. It might be since the plus hasn't have another plus, it might be automatically it's actually 6 minus 3, then times that'd be that one times 5, then divided by 15. But then again, it needs to be a pretty big number to be divided with 15. So let's try that first. So 6 plus 3 is 9. No, it can't be because that's not 2 pluses. So it has to be a minus. Let's try that. 6 minus 3, which that would be 3. Then we would times it, which would be times 5. That'd be a 0. Is there a 0? Well, hold on. Wait a minute. Or 1. So that would definitely add up to a 1 if that's exactly what that is. But let's see. So that's a 3, then times it by 5, which is 15. And then you divide by the 15, which that should be 1. Yeah, 1. There we go. Math. That's what's for dinner. I got another key, which is good, but we're not really worried about keys. I'm not trying to go too far north until we want to use the keys. Okay. So now it doesn't matter what we get here. Does neither of these. Or wait, do you? Yeah, okay. Observatory would take us north again. Alright, let's bring the observatory in here. Oh, I guess once it's done, you already have it. We can just observe it. Yep. The twins. A pair of chests have been added to the entrance hall. So now we need to prioritize the green room if we can. So we can try to get another green type room because we need a hammer to try to go back and do that. So hold on, what's next? What will be tomorrow so we can decide if we're gonna actually do the third one yet or not. So plus 3 steps. So the third one's a gimme. So is that one. That will be a good day. So this is day 3, sadly. So that will be day 4, day 5. Yeah, it's not until day 6 though, and I can't remember how many days we actually have. Okay, so now we're looking for some sort of actual green room of some sort. Hey, please let the hammer be in here. Since it's a green room now. Oh, what is that? Ah, there's a chance of a diamond in here too now. Ah, it didn't happen. It's not always gonna happen with the spare room since it's just a green spare room, but it did give us a free diamond. Alright, didn't get lucky there. So that puts us back in the center above the parlor, which there's nothing wrong with that either, to be fair. Which I think we're gonna. Ooh, but that's gonna block us off permanently from the left side if I do that. Ooh. I don't know if we want to do that. The further north we also go, the more likely these doors are gonna get locked. Let's do the kitchen. We have not yet gone in the kitchen at all, so this will be at least a new room to explore. Although ironically, this would give us money to buy food in the kitchen, but I kind of just want to see if there's any notes in here or anything. So let's put the kitchen down. This will be our first time going in here. Yeah, touchpad. Oh, interesting. Okay, we'll have to mark that down. Because of all the pictures I've ever seen, they've never been color coded blue and red. All seems to be in here except for the menu. Yeah, dining room, bananas. Yeah, see if we had coins. Oh, wow, that's actually pretty cool. Tomato soup. Plus 5 steps for every red room in the house. Plus 15 for the club sandwich, but these are all the coins we would need to do it, so. Alright, so we found, let's do our next note then. Let me bring up chat before I do this. And so, and they say we won't always have a calculator in our pockets. That's true. I'd have figured it out eventually because my brain would have realized, dum dum, that's not how math works. But in when it comes to streaming, thank goodness I do have one because it is better to have one for just pacing because I could do it in my head, but because of my learning disability, I can do the math. It's just it might take me slightly a little bit longer than most. Speed math was never my strong suit. Like I can do any math. You put math in front of me, if I stare at it and calculate it long enough, I will figure it out. It's just I won't do it fast. As I've learned with myself now. I'm extremely intelligent, just not very fast, which is fine. Oh yeah, we note this. We're gonna note the menu first, so I know that this is where we can get food, obviously, but just in case I forget. Alright, notes. So next note is the kitchen. This is gonna be number 10. We have made notes from 10 different rooms already, by the way, chat. Just to let you know, so far in my notes. That actually hopefully means something, and I'm not just writing everything down, and it turns out that was nothing. It depends on how elaborate this puzzle and mystery is going to end up being. I'm hoping really, because I've watched no one else play this game since I started it, so I don't spoil it. So I'm hoping that the mystery of it is quite deep. This is just kitchen. Just kitchen. K-A-I-T-C-H-E-N. Let's see, kitchen. Let's see, kitchen found. Oops, hold on. Found a menu that allows you to restore steps by oh, restore steps by ordering food with gold coins, comma, also found two pictures held down by magnets. Oh, yep, magnets. My brain. Held down by magnets on the fridge. FRDGE, comma, one of an old WW1 plane pilot PILO by magnets on the fridge, held down by magnets on the fridge. One of Old World War One plain pilot, and I'm gonna put held by a blue magnet. And one of and one of a, what would I call this? Planter box. Oh no, that's the orchard of an orchard. That's the orchard outside, I bet. So wait a minute, hold on. I wanna elaborate on something from yesterday in a minute. So plane pilot held by a blue magnet and one of a, we'll say apple for now because we don't know what they are. Apple tree orchard, possibly the one outside, possibly the one outside, possibly the one outside, held, H-E-A-L, huh? H-E-L-D, can't spell. Like I said, chat, if something happens, I will get back with you on Monday. And that noise confirmed what I thought was going on behind my back. I don't know if y'all heard that on chat or on stream. So, alright. By a blue magnet and one of the apple. And one of a, by a blue magnet and one of an apple tree orchard. Possibly the one outside. Held by a red magnet. Or is it possibly the one outside held by a red magnet? Okay. Alright, kitchen is noted. I saw someone stream this game for hours and they still ain't done. Oh yeah, this game will probably be around for a while in the background. We're gonna just do it here and there. I enjoyed this game as just a chill stream game when I have, especially with days like today. That's all I'll say. Is makes it a little bit more enjoyable and a little bit more. So there's the issue there. Okay, 43 steps. Problem is, it's gonna take about 8 steps to get back to the other side. Because here's the thing, we're now so that means this block right here is the limit of when the keys are going to be start to happen more. So now it is more likely that each of these rooms are going to be locked going forward, where we're going to require keys. Let me see how many steps it's going to take us to get back by looking at this. 1, 2, yeah, 1. Wait, I can't go that way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oof. If I want a straight path, so that's already at 7 back to the entrance hall. 8 for the chapel, 9 for the hallway, 10 for the parlor, 11 to get to the courtyard. Now I could go oh no I couldn't, the guest bedroom is blocked. So no matter what I have to go back to the chapel. So it's at least 8. So that would be going up would be 9, 10, 11. Going to the right would be 9, 10, 11, 12. It'd be one more step to approach from the bottom where the security room is. We have 43 steps. That would drop us down to 31. That's not bad, I guess. I mean, that's still a decent amount of rooms to enter, to be fair, grid-wise. Because it's like, I only have 2 keys. Do I really want to burn a key in a possible corner to do nothing with it? Well, I'm going to let y'all chime in on this one, chat. What do y'all think? Do we unlock the door, use up the key, hope we get a swoop, some sort of pass or passageway? I would love passageway right here because it would let me put a dead end beneath of it or some sort of passageway. But the east wing or the west wing's already been used, and so has the hallway. So I think realistically, we might not have a piece that can go both ways. So it's either turn this into a full dead end, waste 2 more steps, which adds on to the 12 maximum steps it would take us to get back. So now it's 14, or 11, so now it's 13. If we're adding 2 more rooms that we go in over here. YOLO, you only live once. You mean what? You mean keep moving and just unlock the door? That could actually mean both ways. YOLO and you only live once. Like that could mean because neither of these is playing it safe. If I'm being honest, both could equally screw us. So I'm not sure what choice to make here. Ah, let's just keep on the path. We have the resources for now. If it starts to be lit, looks like we're gonna use too many keys. We'll try to go back the other way. I'm going. The patio. Okay, well, that's at least somewhat worth it. Ooh! Oh my goodness. It worked out in the end. It's a dead end, which means this side is now no go. This side of the house is now a bust. But that's worth it. That bust is completely worth it because that is green rooms do not cost diamonds, meaning this right here does not cost a diamond. And it will spread other diamonds to other green rooms if we draw this on the other side of the house. I I think we have to take the terrace, and it gives us a chance to get the hammer. Both of these technically do. All right, we're taking the terrace. We're doing it. I see an apple or something that'll help with the steps we just used. Orange. How many is that? 5. Okay, well that helps. Wow, this room ended up being really good. It's not much else out here, sadly. No hammer, much to my dismay. The other one probably been more likely to do it. Nothing that I can see. It's cool that we can see the outside. Also, part of me wonders if you can actually walk down this path around the house. Like, is this an actual path, or is this just for the terrace's decoration? I'm trying to see if I see anything through the trees, like a building or something. I don't think I do. I think this is just for aesthetic. Okay, so we've gotten 5 extra steps to spin to return. We need to get all the way back to the courtyard now. So let's head back. Make sure I didn't miss any items lying on the counters in here. Sometimes certain things are not as obvious. Let's take one more gander around. See if there's any special passives. See, I didn't look in the sink. That could have been bad. Also, there's a dog here, so once again, who is feeding the animals? That gerbil's alive in the bunk room. And there's a dog clearly here. Somebody's gotta be living here, right? Not just us coming here. So we gotta go to the right in here. Don't want to waste too much time. Most of these rooms are pretty straightforward. Let me make sure I go the right way here. Straight, so we don't want to waste a step. Now, sadly, the bedroom gives. I should have put it somewhere a little bit better, but it didn't work out that way. Because it would have given me 2 extra steps back, heading back towards our goal. So now we go to the chapel, through the hallway, through the parlor. And these two are now a thing, which we'll have to come back for. You know, so straight ahead, straight ahead. Please don't bone me. Yes, this is also the issue now. Oh, it just boned me. And that will block this off. So it partially paid off, but we didn't get as lucky as we could have. I should have went to the security room. Oh no, and we can't undo this either. Items for sale. We've never seen the commissary. So we're going to do one of these two because we've never seen either of these two. We don't have any money to buy anything, but I would like to see what's in it. This would be great. But we have no gold. And it wouldn't matter now because everything's blocked and there's no way to proceed forward now. The security room can only go one way now. Boop! And see, one way you'll know the path is aesthetic. If you draft a terrace on the east side and there's no path there. That's a good point. That is a good point. Because that means it's representing where on the side of the house I put it. That's a good call. Also, welcome to the chat, Brad LaSalle? LaSalle? Sorry if I didn't say your name right, last name right, but welcome. That is a good point. All right, chat, what do you think? Do we look to see what, since we haven't seen either of these two, we should see if there's any clues in here in general. Just because we've gotten unlucky now. We're going to end, this day is going to end a lot sooner. So we're probably going to end up to get 2 days out of today's episode instead of one. Just because this ended a lot faster than yesterday. Because we've only been going almost 2 hours. We went about 3 hours yesterday. We've got about an hour left. So, chat's choice. Commissary or locksmith to see if there's any clues and see what all might be in the room as well. I am more interested in the commissary personally, just because I want to see what items you can actually buy. Because it says you can buy items with coins. So this means, can I buy the hammer in here if I had the money to get it, to go open up the entrance hall cases, which wouldn't do us any good now anyway, either, because there's no way north without the commissary. We can keep going with the commissary, but the door is going to be locked. So, actually, because it has a potential for an exit strategy to the north, if we get lucky with another key, if we decide to go down to the security room and put a room there. Yeah, let's do commissary, just because. Oh, and it's got a note in here. I'm really glad I did this. There's a lot of red in here. A lot of notes. What the? Also, oh, dirigiblocks. This is the thing Dad was talking about in the note from the. I can't even play it. He told me don't play dirigiblocks all day, and I can't even play dirigiblocks. How dare you, game? No, I'm just kidding. Cigarettes. Huh? wow. Yep, hammer. Okay. Magnifying glass. Yes. Sleeping mask. So I wonder if this is random. This also could be very random. I wonder if this is, yeah, for sale today. So this is very random. Also, what might be in here? Okay. So let's take a. Oh, another terminal. Okay, so the terminal password is the same. This is the same staff notice. We don't have to write this down. This is the same staff notice we found in the security room. And it looks like the terminal password is the same. Whatever that password may be, it looks about the same in the scribble. So with what, like, is it size, or with, is it with something else? Without. Whoa. Okay, that we're gonna have to write down. That's the first two pictures who've had notes pointing at them and saying stuff. And this is a lie because this is not written in hand and it's on a red note. The commissary will be closed from day 12 to day 16. So that won't be a thing. So we don't have to worry about that. So let's write this stuff down. Also, I'm going to take a picture of this and of this. Okay. Time for the next room. So this will be 11. And this is commissary. Commissary. Yeah, I spelled it right. Weird. I don't know why it's acting strange. Huh. Commissary. Okay. Now we get out of that. Read this first. Found. Actually, let's do the pictures first, because that's going to take the longest. Found two pictures stapled to a notice board. That's what I'm going to call this. A notice board of a picture of, I don't know if those are waves or sand. It looks more like sand, so desert. Of a picture of a desert sands. Desert wavy sands. Let's say that, just in case that matters. Wavy. Wavy. The desert wavy sands. With a post-it note. A post-it note pointing at it, stating stating with question mark. And a picture of and I gotta do the actual symbol and type symbol and the and symbol and a picture of an and symbol with a post-it no damn it post-it note pointing at it saying with and a picture of an and symbol with a post-it note pointing at it stating without question mark WITH without question mark. Okay, and then now for the red note. Also found a memo slash put a super note. Also found a memo slash note. Put red memo slash note stating the commissary stating the commissary will be closed from, even though this is a lie, from day 12 to 12 to day 16. Period. And it says sorry for the inconvenience. Even though that's not really important to put on here, but I'm gonna do it anyways. And sorry for the inconvenience. Okay. Also found a stating the commissary. And I'm gonna put typed out. So I know this isn't handwritten. Typed out. Okay. Alright. Doing pretty good. Well, the notes I have to take. Okay. So yeah, interesting. So I am not sure what that means yet, but I wrote it down. You know, oh, I can interact with this. Well, this isn't written on red, so this must be true. Alright, let me write this down too, because this means that things will be half off on these days. Also found a, just say paper, not a note, so I know that it has nothing to do with the lie part. Found a paper stating that there will be a half off. I'm gonna put for me, my sake, of items sale also found a paper stating that there will be a half off of items sale on day 20 and write it like it did, and 21. Okay, and found a note stating that there will be a annual mates, it's apostrophe, day. That's written. What else? Typed. Typed in blue. Is day sale 2 days only. Sale 2 days only. 2 days only. 2 days only. All. It says all. 2 days only. That's written in red. Or typed in red, I should say. Typed in red. ITEM. All items up to 50% off. All items up to 50% off. Uh, all staff welcome. one's gonna be. Hold on. This is so darn specific that this is gotta be something typed in black. Uh, 50% off. All staff welcome. That's also in black. Let's see. Let me put that right there. All staff welcome. All staff welcome. Type in black. Okay. And then we put all staff welcome day 20 and 21. Typed in red. And then the name of the location, Mount Holly. COMMISSARY. Mount Holly Commissary. And then that's written in blue or typed in blue. Typed in let's see, typed in blue. Okay. So that should be that note done. A lot of stuff we're coming across today. A lot of writing. Okay. So day 20 and 21. Maybe I'll take a picture of that. Since this is related to my father's note, I'll put one last thing. Also found an arcade cabinet. Also found an arcade cabinet. Okay. Also found an arcade cabinet called Dirigiblocks. DIRIGI blocks. BLOCKS. K cabinet called Dirigiblocks, possibly related to possibly related to I'm gonna put dad's note or dad's letter. Possibly related to dad's letter from the mailroom. Period. Okay. All right. Hmm. All right. So now we can't go because I don't have a key, right? And this is locked. It is locked. Okay. So now we have to go down to the security room, see if we can get lucky for an item room, and get another key to keep pushing forward. Or a hammer to break all these chests that probably have keys in them. So was there anything over here by the microwave? I didn't actually look. Just that's not the bottom of that cup. Just some scribbled in coffee. The pool. Oh, that adds new rooms. That doesn't really help us though. Shh. This did not help us. Well, we might as well get information and just maybe get lucky there's one random key in this room. Damn it. That is a bad pull. Literally. Alright, pool room it is. Maybe we'll get more information out of this place. What is that? Is that a pool cleaner? Fancy little pool room, that's right for sure. I don't see much in here, other than a picture of. Oh, hi. Picture of. Oh. Drafting pool rules. The draft pool is your deck of potential floor plans. Each time you draft, 3 floor plans that are drawn from the draft pool you selected from. The odds of drawing a specific floor plan may differ depending on the room. Some rooms are more rare than others. Floor plans added to the draft pool are removed at the end of the day. I'm taking a picture of that. I am not going to write that down unless otherwise stated. That's more of a take picture kind of thing. No running. So does that mean these rooms are free? But the thing is, this is in a dead end. This doesn't help us. If this was at the other end, that might have guaranteed us a way out. So, item? No. Frick. Ah, well. Shit. There's nowhere else for me to go. There's not. Darn it, darn it, darn it. So we didn't really get much information from this place either. Which is kind of crappy. Alright, I think we might have to call this a loss. I think this day might have to be considered a semi-loss and see if there's another key in here that I missed. Consider this maybe like a semi-loss and go, oops, can't go any further right now. We did our best to try to push it forward, but the RNG, the house's RNG was not with us today. Might also be just, even though I know this isn't real, in real terms, but just the way the day's been, the way my day has been kind of going on, my mentality's not fully focused. Huh, a bat. Oh yeah, the other thing about the fridge I wanted to mention, I forgot to say earlier about the kitchen when we were there. That pilot and the crop, or excuse me, the orchard. I wonder if that represents the 2 brothers. If you remember the 2 brothers bunk room we came across with the when they were at each other's throats for having to share a room. One of them loved planes and technology and like the air. The other one loved outdoors and being among nature and plants and things like that. So part of me wonders if those 2 pictures on the fridge, and which is making me make even more lean towards this house might be older than I think. I don't think it was just our grandfather and grandmother who grew up in this house. Maybe it's even further back than that. Not sure yet. Yeah, ain't much for us to do now. We don't have any coins. We didn't. We should have. In hindsight, with the kitchen versus the pantry, I should have taken the pantry, so we would have had enough coins to maybe buy something. Not that I don't, but we wouldn't have. Well, no, because we would have only had 4 coins. We wouldn't have had enough to get the sledgehammer, which is what we need to possibly get a key right now to continue the pace. So I do think this day is a bust. I do think this day is a bust. So think what we're gonna do is end this day. Well, we won't be able to fully like do day 4, but we can start it. So let's call it a day. There's not anything else we can get out of this one. Is he a drugged up wizard built this house? Yeah, that's what it feels like. We're a family of crazy wizards, is what it's going to turn out to be. That's the more loose term of the explanation of what this is. What it truly is probably even more maddening, or something based on more madness, as they'd say. So it's probably actually crazier than even that. I'm sound too, not as good. New rooms though, 5. We did get a lot of new rooms on that one. We got a lot of progress on just going into rooms we haven't been in. The pool is now my new priority because if the pool drafts other rooms, then we need to use the pool to get rooms we're missing now. So, all right. But now knowing that the further north we go, the more likely rooms are going to be locked or have security card doors requirements and all that, we might actually want to try to do our best to fill in the bottoms always. Like always go left and right out of the entrance hall first and see what we get lucky with. Or what we don't get lucky with. Because now we need to go for width. This next day has to be about uh, girth, not length. Because we don't want to go too far up towards the antechamber and cut down and require more keys just to finish certain rooms like we got stuck right there. So we need to try to be as efficient as the house is going to let us with filling in each of these rows a little bit by little as we go forward on this next day. So save and continue on this one. Oh, my controller just died. Oh no, it didn't. But it needs to be plugged in. It's going to die. I will say one thing I love about this game, it's woken up the efficient note taker in me from a long time ago. I make hella notes now. I've written out a lot of stuff. I've written out plans of things that I want to do, emergency plans of things, all kinds of things now. I'm working on writing out Operation Rebirth, which is the plan of me going back towards college and getting the things that I need to do. Right now, it's been rewritten to accommodate certain possibilities, but it's this game has really made me a lot more efficient. Hold on, before we get started, let me check something real quick, and we'll do day 4. We'll probably try to do this whole day, and then that's where we'll wrap it up when we get to day 5. All right. I want to read this real quick. How many days do I have? It actually doesn't seem to say. So that's also a theory for me in this game too. Even this note is almost kind of a clue towards it, right? Because he says that this is supposed to be a challenge. And I want to point this out. So okay. So I don't expect that any of these stipulations should prove an impediment for someone as resourceful as you, but it is very important that to me that you start fresh each morning and not rely on the success of previous days. Do not, one final word, do not assume. Hold on. By the time you read this, I will assume you are fully aware of my last wishes and all the details of the bequest. Please do not mistake my intentions in giving you this. Wait, is this the wrong letter? Is it this letter? No. Is that the letter? It's gotta be, right? Why does it feel like it said a day in the beginning, but now it doesn't? Confidence as I chose you as my heir, further your mind when I chose you my heir. Nothing could be further from my mind. Weird. Didn't it say that if we didn't complete this, then of course we would not be bequest this place? I could have sworn. Wait, half a century? Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. How long is a century? Okay. So he wrote this in his 50s. Oh, your grandmother used to say, don't go where the path leads. Abandon the path and go where you want it to lead. There's going to be a way to manipulate the house at some point. Interesting. Huh, okay. That just piqued my interest a little bit more. Because that means I put that there, right? That means I put a time limit there. There was never a time limit on that note. I'd have to go back and check episode one and see if I'm crazy or not, but that means that this is an infinite challenge. Why give someone a challenge if there's no time limit on said challenge? Also, here's another weird thing, chat, by the way. Now, this leaning towards the fact that there's still a living animals in here. Supposedly the staff are gone, but yet who's maintaining all this stuff? Who's keeping the animals fed? Um, because here's the other common sense question, chat. Let's say you did a challenge like this to your nephew and you had powers, but you're dead, right? Or at least as far as we know, according to the story. How would you be able to know he succeeded? Couldn't he just live here and just say screw any of the challenge or the letter or the antechamber? Technically, is there some magical spell that the door will lock if he doesn't do it right? See, common sense tells me if you were going to do that, you'd say that, right? You'd say that as a stipulation that if you fail, da 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 da, you're locked out, da 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 da. So the only way to be denied this house is one thing. I don't think Grandpa did. I now believe that maybe crazy grandpa who built this insane Rubik's Cube of a house, maybe Tam King's right. Maybe it's not our mother in that antechamber or maybe grandmother. Maybe it's our grandfather. Maybe that's his main room. Maybe that's him. Maybe the antechamber is his main living quarters of the house. And the challenge to gain this as our inheritance is to get to him. Considering how madness this house might actually be and what it might be actually based on, which even more leans me to this is the more original realistic version of the story that horror movie The Heretic is based off of. I guarantee you that's what this house is. I don't know what it's called because I cannot remember it, but I guarantee you that's what this house is. And now I'm more thinking that Grandpa is not dead. Also, something else I didn't think about common sense, right? Sure, he grew up in my dad grew up in this house, not my grandfather, the one that owns it. The My dad grew up in this house too, right? Also, is it really that easy that you're just gonna let your son stay out in a tent? Who, by the way, if you've seen us in that cutscene, we barely look like we're maybe 16, 17 at best. That's pushing it. We're probably closer 14, 15. So, as our character. So, this means, are you gonna go and let your son, your grandfather or not, just run around in a Rubik's Cube base house where he can get lost in by himself? Just because grandfather said this is the challenge? Something ain't right. Something ain't right. There's also the other bigger theory I have, which we'll get to that as we get deeper. And if it feeds into that, if it doesn't, then we'll lean into just this house is a bunch of crazy wizards. But see, this is James's house. Turns out our grandfather, his name is James Army West, or Matt, or better yet, Mad Lad James is our grandfather's real name. Okay. Baffles me, man. That's actually pretty good. That's a pretty good grab early, because that'll create a little T junction down here. We have to be efficient with the rooms, because we're going to try to build back and forth somewhat, kind of. Because I wonder if creating almost a snake-like. I thought about this, right? If it's like using, because there's another theory that based on this, that what this house represents, it represents Ouroboros, the infinite snake. So I wonder if I build since a lot of these rooms are more corner based, which we got really unlucky here. Like, see what I mean about the RNG? So now this has to swoop up, swoop back, just to make this efficient. Or we dead end immediately saying, screw it, on this corner and swoop back around the corner around on the storeroom, which this would give us some early resources. And I do think diamonds are very much important. The thing is, like, I'm looking at this in my head. I'm trying to create a snake like symbol. No, we have to do the nook. We have to try to avoid dead ends and snake our way around corners if must. So now we can go up on both ends. So now we can dead end this if we want, or we can swoop it back around. Or we can put the chapel here so we can avoid it if we don't want to pay coins. Which I actually think that's a really good idea because this also creates another loop on the left. So now we're getting a little bit luckier this time. As usual, nothing in here about the murals we wrote down. So now we go this way. So I'm fine with a corridor here because it leads back to entrance hall. So let's do that. You see what I'm kind of doing. I do want to waste a room this way, though. Or do I? Now, you know what? Let's commit. Let's commit to this weird ass strategy and see how well this house takes this. Because there must be a. Something tells me what we're going to eventually find out is either a blueprint or a layout that shows like a certain layout of rooms that can be placed down if you do it right, that will get you the perfect way to the top without costing you too much. So for now, we're going to experiment. So okay. We can either cut this off, but that would defeat my purpose. Block off the entrance hall, but go right, keep going north. Or do the same thing with the observatory, gives us extra steps right now. That's a waste. So let's do this. This is snaking back up. Alright. Oh, hi. Hi, Dad Diamond. Yes. I forgot to check in here for something. That was a waste of a step that I had to do that, but oh well. 2 steps technically, but we've got enough. This actually gives it back, so it's fine. Alright. Nothing's changed. Oh, I also never wrote down, found a picture. Hold on, let me write this down in the bedroom one. That's what this is, right? Yeah. Let me write this down in our bedroom note that we had. Because I forgot to put that. Also found a picture of possibly our oh hello. I'm streaming. And possibly of our sorry about that, chat. Like I said, today's been a also found a picture of possibly our grandmother. Oh, grandmother. Oopsies. G R A G R R A N D. There we go. Grandmother or mother with a moon shaped. I'm gonna say pendant necklace. Pendant necklace around her neck. N-E-C-K around her neck. Okay. Okay. Everything else seems fairly normal. There's some more pictures. Once again, I don't really want to start just categorizing those until we know those are going to be a requirement. So let's continue this way. See if we can swoop left or instead of right. Ooh, or that. That requires 2 though. We can't do that. So that means we're swooping left and up. We'll put the den in here because there'll be a diamond in here. Is there anything in the den? I don't think we found anything noteworthy in the den, have we? Like any notes or any information other than more pictures. I've yet to find anything of like clues in here. At least obvious clues. I mean, these could be clues. Once again, the pictures, but if there's anything else, maybe the time. But that looks like it changes. It is actually moving. So that can't be it. What about you? You're actually moving too. I do like these clocks are actually real time. That is actually kind of cool. So we don't want to go north. We want to swoop back around. So maybe I should cut back around and go. Oh, well, that's a long way down, actually. Maybe we should cut back around using this. So let's see what we get. Ooh, this is inconvenient. So this is cut off this way. The entrance hall will have to cut snake up here from a different side. Because I do think the snake-like formations are a little bit better. They seem to be connecting rooms a little bit more efficiently in some ways, not in every case, but your dad are dead in this and go around the other way. Snake from the entrance hall. So that would, how many steps would that be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to get back. So we'd be down to 41. Actually 40 because we'd go into this room if we dead ended it. This gives us more resources early. The parlor gives us 2 diamonds guaranteed, but we already have 2 diamonds. I'm going to save the parlor for another corner. We're going to dead end this one little spot. We're going to give into the Ouroboros saying that this is not the direction for infinity. These pictures also change in these rooms, which is awesome because this was a number tag 10. Now it's a tie pointing to the right. So I also do think that's also why I'm not noting down the pictures. I've already written down the little bird hiding under the chair because the pictures are changing. So we can afford to go that way, but I think while we've got a bunch of steps, let's keep doing the strat of being wider than taller. Because the bedroom gives footsteps back. We're going to lose our 1 coin, which we have no choice of. The chapel's being very inconvenient lately. It was pretty easy in the beginning to avoid it, but now it's actually being put in places where it's drawing it on like major conjunctions and stuff. This is annoying. So we can't go that way because it blocked it off. We gotta go this way. Ooh, the drawing room. Spare green room. Let's do the drawing room because that allows for more options and we have a diamond. This also allows us to redraw the rooms from each of these sides to try to curtail them to what we want. So let's do this one first. So this either needs to swoop left or it can be a dead end. We can technically swoop right as well, but I'm not going to waste swoop rights unless I have no choice. So, okay, this is technically swooping left if we put security here. We don't need security right now. Hmm. Closet gets me 2 free items. This gets me footsteps back, which we have spent a lot. Let's do footsteps first. We do need items, but we've already wasted a lot of footsteps doing that. So that dead end is completed. So now we got the parlor for 2 more diamonds. We could redraw. I don't know if I want to do that. We got really lucky with both these rooms, so the redraw isn't really necessary. I could get really screwed doing this, but because I don't want necessarily a dead end right here either. We're gonna take parlor. What rank is the room on? Rank 1, so this should be a pretty easy version of this puzzle. Because I think the higher we go is also the higher rank, right? Like, okay, I'll show you what I mean. So I think each row going upwards is a different rank. So the first row is all rank 1. Let me actually try to see that. I'm going to have to waste a footstep here. Yeah. Okay, so this room is also rank 1, yet it was placed down. So that's what it is. So the ranks are the different, how close you get to the antechamber. Rank 1 is at the very bottom row. So the parlor, the drawing room, the entrance hall, the hallway, and the nook are all rank 1s right now. One step up, rank 2. One step up again, rank 3. One step up again, rank 4. One step up again, rank 5. And I think that's what's determining when the locked doors come into play. So it seems to be around rank 4, or I would say column or row 4, to 5 is when the badness really starts to happen if you don't have enough resources to hold. Because now knowing that we might not actually have a certain amount of days, it's just about how many days it's going to take us to figure out the puzzle in general. We might want to spend 1 or 2 of these days being a little bit crazy with our layouts like I'm doing now, just to see what happens and to kind of gather some more info on how the grid system works, which I'm learning more and more doing this. Now I understand how ranking works and how these rooms rank up and why you want to put rooms that benefit from higher ranks towards closer to the antechamber. Interesting. Okay. So that means that once again this should be an easy puzzle, but then again. So let's see. Can you tell that that's a lie, chat? This is the black box, clearly. This is the black box. So that was also a lie. The black box is not empty. Oh, well then it's this one. Because that's the truth. Huh. Yeah, so the room's rank determines also how hard the puzzle is. So if we don't want to have to deal with a basically tier S gigabrain level of puzzle, we best not put it at the top of the mansion. Or we'll be having to have do rocket scientist brain work. So good to know. Let me reset chat, make sure chat's doing good. Just make sure I'm not missing any chat. Okay. Bring the live back up. Yep, see I knew chat was broke. It's something told me. Something tells me this game will not be completed in the next 8 streams. It probably won't. Although if I keep figuring out small things like that, no, now I know how the rank works. It's based on column and floor and things like that. What if your character is dead and he's in the afterlife? That's another theory of mine. That this is a purgatory for Sinclair himself and that we are Sinclair. That is a theory. But now knowing there's more than one Sinclair, unless they're both the same person, once again, we know that there's 2 brothers now. Our grandfather was not our only grandfather, and it did not mention that. So part of me does wonder that it's a multi-play on words. Even the story itself is a Rubik's Cube. It makes you think you have it until you have all the colors in the right place, and then you go, oh, that's how I was supposed to do that. That's what that meant. or at least in the story terms, until all the pieces of the story and the lore have been twisted around until they actually make up a cognitive. Oh, I have my theories. I'm running with three major theories right now. That is one of them. One of them is that this is the afterlife. Also, the two strongest theories are the afterlife purgatory thing, and the other theory is the house from that lore I told Tam King about that's based on a biblical house on biblical lore that was created by, well, depending on which one the original one, it was created by a like a prophet, someone who was spoken to and was told to how to build this house and da 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 da. That's what the horror movie is more about, like the scary movie that this concept's based around. It's called The Heretic. That's more of that version, but there's also another one where the house itself is built by an angel with the help of a human that the angel basically fell for. I use that word specifically, fell. That's on purpose. But if that's true, that would explain why the staff is portrayed the way they are in both those two theories. So, in the two strongest theory, whether it be the afterlife theory or the more biblical angel type connection to this house that I think there might be, both explain the chapel. Both explain why all the maids have angel wings. All the staff are portrayed as angels, specifically, for some reason. So that both of those kind of play into the mental, and especially if he is dead, both of those play into the how humans, or how the theory we've always had, the how we handle death and what our mind does when we die. Like the theories we've had when people come back from a near death experience and things like that, and people's stories from that kind of portray into this kind of making sense. Because your brain is creating something it can understand that doesn't freak you out, but helps you deal with what you are dealing, like almost helping your soul, if that is a thing, come to terms that you're dead. And it's like, so could be that. Could also be the other thing, but we'll see. The third theory is a little more out there. It's more SCP kind of situation. This is less likely, but I have seen notes around the house of mentionings of a laboratory in this house, like an actual lab, like secret lab type thing. So that's one piece so far that leans towards more physical manifestation and physical manipulation of matter through science. Meaning maybe this house turns out our family's a bunch of crazy mad scientists kind of situation, and that they've created some sort of time loop in this house. That's my other theory. That's the less running theory compared to the other two. The other two still so far seem way more likely than this crazy science theory, but that is the three theories I'm running with so far, from what we found story wise. But all right, now we can either take a straight, a dead end, or actually, yeah, that's all we can do if we want to keep moving forward from here. So either a straight room of some sort. Hopefully, the spare room will pop up right now because this would be a great spot for it. Um, or we're gonna have to take a dead end and backtrack one more again, back to the bedroom that'll give us two more steps, back up to the den, and keep continuing from there and snaking around this area. Or go through the bedroom through the corridor, back to the chapel, and snake up from there. We will see what happens. Let's see. Hey, spare green room. We're still moving this way. Oh, whoa, whoa. So this room so it can give you any item, just like any green room will possible. We just got one of the levers for the levers that open the antechamber. I forgot that note. We'd have to go back and look at my notes. There's one. Where did it say they were? There's one in the West Wing and one somewhere else. But we still haven't even uncovered where the levers go yet, so it doesn't really matter, I guess. Until we figure out how to show it. Like, basically get that stuff to show itself. I was hoping for the hammer this time. Ugh, dark room. I mean, that continues us forward. So does this, but God, that's a terrible spot to put that. I think I'm gonna waste the dark room here because I really, oh, but then I won't know what I'm getting next. Never mind. We have to do the courtyard. As much of a waste this courtyard's gonna be, because it's only gonna give us one direction to go. We have the diamond for it. It still keeps us moving forward in our snaky-like position. And we got the shovel again, so we might get lucky with these holes and get diamonds and keys and money. Coin. Nice. Now we have to have 2 coins to safely pass through the chapel at some point with coins. An old shoe. Really? Wow. Not worth picking up. It literally didn't pick it up. Okay, so there are negative holes that do nothing. That's the first one we've come across that did absolutely nothing. Cool. Alright, so this is rank 4 we're going into. This is a bit risky. But this should to put, depending on what we get. Ah. Oh, man. But that's after rank 8. We have not done that yet. So that would be purely for direction. That would have nothing in there for us. Not right now. This has 3 keys in it. And we've never been in the garage. I may have to do this. Because this is what the snake's purpose is in the design that I'm going with right now. Is to just snake out in directions, keeping us from going too high up in rank right now. So we can try to get freebie rooms to get crazy good stuff and find more clues. And we have yet to do the garage. This would be another good progress bar notch in the right direction. I think that this. Oof. So how many steps would I have to backtrack? I've got 42, so it's okay. So I'm going to take 1 to go in there. So we're going to be 41. Then it's going to be. And after that, it's going to be 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 footsteps from 41. 41 minus 7 footsteps to get back to the den. Now we will get 2 footsteps back, so it's technically 41 minus 7 plus 2. Whatever that number is, so 40, 39, 38, 37, 34, something like that, 33 plus 2. So it's either 35 or 36 steps is what we'll have. Because the bedroom will give us 2 to make up for slightly of it. That's not bad. I think that's worth this garage. That's still like 30 rooms, technically, in theory, we could do if we don't block ourselves off somehow. I think we're going to go garage. We've got the gems to do it. We need to see what's in here. We don't have the car keys this time, which is shit. Of course, this time I find this place and the car keys aren't in my hand. But that's the RNG of this game. Coins! Toss a coin, tell you what you. More coins. Cars. Pictures of cars. The actual car. I wonder what's in here. Why do I have the car keys? I wonder what it does. Does it like run through the garage door and create a way outside? It could do anything, to be fair. It could be an item in there. So far, nothing else in here, though. Which is, oh. I mean, that looks kind of lockety-lockety. But garage car keys would be to the car, not to that. Or at least in theory. Oh, hello. Oh, God, it's written in cursive. Is it Christoph? Christoph, this is the third time this month you you and the car have been gone when your services were required. I don't care how long you have been driving for for his lordship. Your absence must be accounted for, Miss Babbage. Okay, let's write this down. Time to write down a garage note. So what number would this be? It'd be number 12 in the room numbers. 12. Hold on. It's just garage, okay. Garage. Did I spell it wrong? G-A Rage. Yeah. My keyboard doesn't know what garage is, apparently. Interesting. Uh, let's see. Garage, okay. We'll take a picture as well. Found a note stating, found a note stating, period, then we got C-R-I, Christoph is C-R-C, actually, no. Well, actually, yeah, his is with an R. I don't see an H there. C-R-I-S-T-O-P-H is how I think you say it. Spell it. Oops. T-O-P-H, okay. Stating, Christoph, this is the police. No, Christoph, this is the third. Oh, it's underlined. I'll have to put underlined. This is the. I'm gonna capitalize it too. Third time. Let me put underlined. Underlined. This is the third time this month. This is the third time this month you and the car have been gone when your services were required. Your services were required, period. I don't care how long you have been driving for his ship, comma, your absence there we go. Your absence must be ACCOUNT accounted for. Is this in red? It is in red. But it's not, but it's written by hand, so red is true when it's written by hand. So, I have to put written by hand in red on this one. You've enjoyed food. Your absence must be accounted for, period. And then we'll put space dash Miss Babbage. Babbage. Miss Babbage. And I'm gonna put brackets written in hand. Wait. No, written by hand. Written by hand in red. Just to be specific on that. Okay. Alright, bring chat back up. Okay. Some bleach. Not really anything else I don't see importantly right off the date other than to clearly the car driver. Oh, wait, there's something on the door. Hold on, I just saw it. Oh, that's the keys. Beautiful. We have 5 of them. So we actually can make it pretty far north if we get lucky with the layout. Because the doors will be locked, but we'll have keys this time. What is this? That didn't do anything. Is there a way to open this garage? We might want to come back when we find circuit breaker. That's doing nothing. Hold on. I'm also gonna say, also found possible garage door opener. Or intercom. I'm not really sure what that is. Also found, oops. Also found a possible garage door opener panel. I say panel, so no, I know it's on the wall. Also found a possible garage door opener, garage door panel. I'm gonna put garage door panel. Or intercom. Or intercom system. Interesting. Yeah, because right now it does nothing, but that also could be, once again, because we need the circuit breaker once you open up one of these rooms, you have to go to the circuit breaker in order to turn on the room that's related to it. So, can't remember if there was a garage switch for this or not. I think there was. But for now, we can do nothing. So let's head back. We have to now spend our steps getting back to the... Ooh, actually, that's more steps than I counted. I just realized I forgot I had created a snake pathway. So that is, we have 41, that's 40. So 40, 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, then goes back up to 33 because 2 steps out of the bedroom, then down to 32. So we still have about 32 steps heading over there. About the same. Or we'll have 32 steps left, is what I should say. As long as I don't make any weird turns accidentally on the wrong hallways. Like, see, that's the 10 plus 10 step bedroom, but I think it only happens once, so don't want to waste our time going in there. So we're circling all the way back around to the den. We technically could open it from the chapel, though. Maybe we should do it from there. That's less steps. That is less steps. Because we have to pay a coin either way, and this is only going to be... So I guess it's about the same. This is 33 right now, right? We only have one more step than we would have from the den. Actually, we'd have still one more. Yeah, we'd only have one because it'd be 32 to 31 in the den. Hmm. Okay. Let's go this way first. Hmm. Not exactly what I wanted to see, although, damn, the breaker. Of course, the breaker. Ooh, the commissary, but we don't have enough money. No, let's just get coins. And a couple of steps, because that'll give us some steps back as well, keeping us up there. Get the coins. Almost enough for the hammer, to buy the hammer straight up, but we don't have any chests to open this time. Nothing else I can see in here. So this can technically be a dead end now, to be fair. We could get some items now if we wanted. We've already seen the bunk room. That would just be for more items. Let's go. Let's dead end this one. Okay, the metal detector. Not exactly what I was hoping for. Although we can make a metal detecting shovel now. If we've ever had the workshop come up. Okay. Ain't really anything in here that I've seen noteworthy other than items. So now we do have to head back to the bedroom. That's this way, right? Yes. We're at least being somewhat efficient because we have this bedroom in the perfect spot for trying to get through here and save a couple of steps, at least 2 steps. I just wish that storeroom wasn't where it is so I could cut over to the courtyard. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, getting back to the garage is gonna be a pain in the ass if we do get the circuit breaker. Gonna be a pain in the ass. Okay, game. Seriously? Oh. Oh, I wish I had found this as the last room yesterday. No! on the day we did earlier in the first part of this episode. We'd have been able to keep the hammer, or hell, I wish this had happened actually yesterday in the previous episode. We would have been able to keep the hammer and would have gotten all those chests. So we can't do that. That code check is no. That's a no go. It has to either be this. Yeah, see, now it's starting to kill me again. It can happen real fast. I think we have, for sake of trying to keep moving, we have to do the boudoir. We just open up the safe again, get whatever's in it. Coat check is screws us. The breaker screws us at least in the fashion of we'll get to go see if the garage can do anything, but that'll be about it. This is useless to us right now. Other than there's probably lore and clues in this room that we haven't seen yet. This is totally not great for us right now. So let's see what happens if we boudoir it up. We know what the code is. There's apparently some metal in here, but then again, to say, oh, hey, a free key. I do love the metal detector for that reason. It lets me know if there's actually an item been spawned in the room that's separate from everything else. Same code. The note never seems to change. Let me make sure. Yeah. Another free diamond. Nice. Alright, chat. Take your bets. Will we get another corner to snake back out of this with the amount of keys we actually do have for once? We do have quite a lot. We can afford locked rooms except for security door rooms. Oof. Oh, okay. Alright, the commissary is not bad. We do have coins. Ooh. See, now that might be worth it. This is not. This is most definitely not worth it. So we do this. Back into the commissary again. But it's done that now because we are at rank, so it's rank 4. So rank 4 is when the room can spawn a security door, and that screwed us. Again, this store is becoming the bane of my existence. However, oh yeah, uh-huh. That's another day in the book. Damn, damn. See, these are the things of hindsight, chat. I didn't have any dice this time to re-roll it. Is there anything worth buying that actually could get me out of this? No. Yes, that's cool. We can get a gem, get a set of gems. Mm. I forgot what the running shoes do, but we don't have enough anyways. Okay. What time is it? 6:09. I have to go check in to see if we can continue to do one more day. I kind of want to do one more day, just because we've made so much good progress. I kind of want to see if we can get one more new room out of there, one more real good new room with some clues in it. Because we've already got all this. So the pictures changed again. So that note about the pictures might have been useless. Unless they're to hint something that's happening in the current map that I could benefit from, but I don't have all that. Like I don't have a coat thing going on. I don't have coat check, I guess you could say. I guess with coat check. I wonder. Wait a minute. Didn't it say the levers move around? Could it be that these are hints to certain rooms? that have things in them or something. Already got the rest of this stuff. Huh. I'm not really sure. But we can't really go any further either. All right, great. All right, that's another day in the scrapbooks again. Ah, sad. All right, end day. Call it. Let me go check on something, chat. Who made the Crorks? Wasn't it the Satan? Quote, correct me on that one, Farseer. Isn't it the Satan or I only got one new room, which was the garage. That was a terribly poor day. That day did not go well. Let me go check in real quick. I'll be right back, chat. Yeah, but the old ones are basically the Satan, aren't they? Because they're the ancient gods who also helped with the Necron situation. Pretty sure. I don't actually remember, to be fair. Because wasn't the Necrons an answer to the Crorks? But it ended up betraying them too? Alright, I'm coming back, chat. We're gonna do one more day. Because we can do it pretty fast. Now that a lot of these notes have already been taken from the rooms we've already been in. We're just looking for ones we just haven't been in yet. Or to start maybe connecting rooms to do things together now. So let's do one more day worth of setup. So, instincts tell me go this way first. That is a pretty good setup, but it's the chapel is the problem. Let's pantry it up right out. Because that gives us coins right out the gate. I'm not going to eat that apple. I actually can come back and use that apple later. Hallway. Okay. Do I want to use this here? That puts the storeroom there again, and we don't want that. We want some shorter shortcut. Let's do that. Let's see what we get here. Swoop right or dead end at this point. Aha! This puts the commissary early, but we can't put it down though. We don't have diamonds. So actually, okay, code check, I guess, so we could always come back with an item now. This is a new room. This guarantees us an item, and then we can code check it later if we get it again. But the closet comes up quite often. So I'm actually going to put the code check down here out of the way. And we get to check out any clues in this room. So we have not been in here yet. And this also lets us save an item. So if we get the hammer, we can just put it in here. Yeah, I don't want to do check item, receive item. What does this do? Oh, same thing. Okay. Cool. We don't need that. Also, who's giving me these items? Once again, the notes say that there's no one working here. All the notes we've read that say that all the staff were told to leave. They're not supposed to be on the premise. So who's code checking? Who's doing this? Who's taking our item and then giving it back to us, even if we don't see them? Alright, code check is set up. That does dead end us right there a little bit, but I'm kind of fine with that right now. I think now, let's go this way a little bit. Let's rank up a little bit. Drawing room would be pretty good at this area, so we'll put that down, but we don't have that. Dead end is, see, that's what I mean. It might also dead end right immediately, so I guess in this case, we want to try to get items, because now we're trying to find an item we can code check. And save it for tomorrow's episode, or next episode, I should say. Not tomorrow's episode, but next episode. The tie is in here now. So now we're gonna eat that apple. We're on the way through. Get some steps back. Wow, we are getting absolutely wrecked right now. Kitchen. Spin the diamond. Get the kitchen out of the way. See if there's anything in here to grab. Could have sworn I was seeing an interactable icon there. Weird. So there's the menu. Oh! Okay, so wait a minute. Let me go back and give a shout out real quick. Brad Lascelle was right. It does matter where you put it. Look what's outside. And we're on the front. The room does show the outside of the house in 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 conjunction with the side you have it on. That means that is an actual path over there on the other side. Does that mean the garage can only spawn on that side? Because that's more than just leading outside. That's a car that would have to lead to a pathway. I wonder if the garage, much like the West Wing room, can only spawn on the west. See, these are things we're going to learn eventually, and this is how you fix your mid-mag. This is like the roguelike part of the game where you get items that make your next run better. Instead of you getting items that make your next run better in this game, you get info that teaches you how the rooms think. So if that garage can only spawn on the left side of the house, that means it will never be on the right. So if we're ever looking for it, looking for trying to get to it, we want to basically know it's always going to be on this side of the puzzle. It cannot shift to the right. The same thing as the West Wing and East Wing hallways, the ones that say it specifically, can only be on East or West. Interesting. That is interesting. I think the kitchen can be anywhere because I think when it's just a window or a terrace or something like that, I do think it just matters of it being on the edge. But I also wonder if anything with windows also has to be on the edge. So are we technically getting only certain rooms because we're grinding the edge of the house right now, essentially? Huh. Also, this has changed, so that might have been useless information as well. Or once again, these are, but I don't know enough yet. All right. Good to know. Yeah, see, note how none of these rooms have windows. I think that might be a thing, Chad. I think that certain rooms cannot spawn on the edges of the map. Interesting. So that's wasted. Let's just nook ourselves back to the right. Interesting. I almost wonder if I should make a note of that just in general. I hope I don't forget that because that's something maybe I should write down in general, like just as a house note, maybe at the top of all the notes, house note. Certain rooms, like windowed rooms and west and east wing rooms, I'm gonna do that now. I have to do that. That sounds like something, saying it out loud, we should probably have written down so we don't forget. And I'll do it on the room hints section that I put at the top. Um, this is so this will be. We'll organize the number differently. One, and this will be. So it's gonna be found FOU found out that rooms with windows showing outside found out that rooms with windows showing the outside can only be also certain green rooms seem to have this rule too. Have you noticed some of our green rooms are only popping up on the edges of the house? Which would make sense because it would lead outside the house into a green room type thing or a terrace like the terrace did. This is actually so some sort of logical house construction is still important to think about when trying to actually shape the house. Maybe that's what the grandmother's hint means. The grandmother's hint might be towards leading towards this, the thing that we just figured out. That it's not about trying to go there. Think about where you need to go. Don't try to go there. Because it's the end destination that matters, not the beginning destination or the rooms leading to it. Mm. Let's see. Showing the outside can only be placed on the edges, on the edges and sides, sides of the blueprint. The blueprint. And then the other one is the garage. I'm going to put also. I'll put this as number 2 because this is a specific room. So period O2 dash. And then we put the. I'm gonna put possibly because we're not sure. The garage also possibly can only be on the side, maybe even only west. Maybe even only on the west. Maybe even only. Come on. Only on the west. Can only be on the. Can only be placed. PLA placed. Can only be placed on the side. The sides of the blueprint. Maybe even only the west. Okay. Because that is a big realization I just came to. Okay. You see, the old ones exist in both fantasy and 40k. To fight the Necrons, the Satans, and still lust. Something don't seem right though. I don't know. A part of me, because that's confusing. I mean, you didn't really word that totally right, Farsi. That's a little bit confusing the way you worded it, but I don't know. To me, I think the old ones and the Satan are technically the same thing, at least from 40k perspective. Not for fantasy, but from 40k perspective, since they are in both. Because I've never really heard of them referred to the two as the old ones in 40k. So we need to go this way, left or oh, okay, that worked. We don't have it though. But see what I mean? This courtyard only ended up on the edge of the house, and since this has windows in it, that makes more sense. Hmm. So we've definitely now strategized something we didn't have before. Wow, we are actually real screwed. What is this? Look at what it did to us, though. Oh no, we can't get out. Wow, this is well. At least we now understand what rooms go where. Yeah, okay. So if I'm trying to play in the certain ones, that was a good experiment. It boned us, but it was a good experiment. Take the closet, code check whatever's in the closet for the next day. That might be the best bet because we don't know what's going to be out. Well, we can't. We don't. There might not be anything in this one. We'll get one more room out of the deal, but it might not be the dead end room we need. Mm. Vote, chat. What do you think? Take a bedroom, then go into the corner. See if we get lucky with the closet again to get an item that we can code check or guarantee code checking an item right now. It could be anything. It might not be something worth it either, to be fair. But if it's the hammer, then we want to code check that because in any chest or anything that is locked, we can bash open no matter what, except for the doors. Even though technically you should be able to do that, but I guess not in a multi-dimension house. Coat. You say coat check? Alright, coat check. So we're gonna closet it up then. Oh, what is that? Okay, we haven't got that before. Hold on. That's a compass, and compasses are usually great when you're lost in something. What does this do? Draw floor plans leading north more frequently. Actually, I mean, if I can get enough keys, that actually might be brilliant. But we would need to get the key card or find security early if we code check this. Because if we can find security, we can tone down how many locked doors there are by changing it on the computer. And then we can go north with this and probably make it through more doors than normal. That's pretty interesting. And will allow me to explore more further back of the house, because something tells me certain rooms also don't even show up until you've gotten a certain distance from the antechamber. So that actually might be a good. Let's blitzkrieg, get as far north in the map as we can, try to get towards the antechamber, unlock more new rooms again for more clues. That'll be another good clue run if we can set it up. Another issue is we have to find the code check. We have to get the code check to get this back once we put it in the code check. But I mean, we've got nothing else this run, so can't hurt. This has been a pretty terrible run on this one. Look how little rooms we got this time. We at least got another new room, which was the code check room itself, but overall that was pretty shitty. Check item. Claim ticket 102 compass. Not responsible for content of garments or articles left overnight. Yeah, so if we forget, then this is still here and we didn't pick it back up, it'll disappear. All right, check item. Compass has been checked. You can retrieve this item on any day you have a code check in your house. Okay, cool. So now, like I said, we would have to find the code check again on the next day. All right, call it a day. We've gotten a few more days done all at once this time. Humble Bungalow. I do like that you get rankings based on how big you made the house, and that the house's picture actually gets smaller or bigger depending on how little you made the house. We actually made a tiny little quaint house, but not really anything bigger. That's cool. All right. As they created most life in the galaxy, refused to give Necron tier, give the Necron tier the secrets of immortality, fought a war against the Necron tier. When the Necron tier found the Catan became the Necron, the Satan. When the Necrontyr found the Satan, became the Necrons, launched the war in heaven against the old ones. Eldar was made to fight that war, then later the Quarks. That's interesting. It's alright. Let's see, it's 6:35. I've still got 15 minutes or so. I think we save and quit. I think we do save and quit on this one. We leave it where it is for the moment. We wait till the next episode to do the code check. I also should make a note for code check right now in my phone and here's what we're gonna do. It's not gonna be a room note like the other rooms because it didn't have any clues in there. There weren't any clues in that room. It was just for the code checking, it looked like. So I'm going to put it as its own thing up here at the top. To tell me what item we've done, I'm going to put coat, C-O-A-T, coat checked item. So we know what we've put in there, and we know we have one. Coat checked item. It was a compass. I'll put the compass. C-O-M-P-S. Yeah, okay. The compass. A little picture there as well. Alright, coat checked item, the compass. Now that we have a coat checked item. Old ones lost, Necrons rebelled against the Satan. Eldar became too strong for the Necrons, so they went to sleep. that's a hell of a cascade of events. But good to know. Alright, we're on day 6, chat. It's almost been a full week in game trying to figure this house out. We have burned 6 days already trying to get some semblance of information. But we've gotten quite a lot. Not only do we have a buttload of clues we found in the rooms, but now we're starting to get clues that are not just room related, but to the house as a whole. Meaning now we're getting stuff to write down like I did with, which I put as room hints total, meaning it's all the rooms. I should probably put house hints, actually. Hold on. Instead of room hints, because the rooms have their own thing I've written down for them. So hold on, let me change this to house hints, because this should be for the house as a whole going forward in this mystery. Allows my organization to be a little bit better there. Okay. But yeah, we're on day 6, Chad. We've made it to almost a full week inside the not so blue mansion, and us as the somewhat blue prince. Turns out purple is the key, chat. When we start seeing purple, it is what will truly gain us the truth. Would be funny if there is 3 different endings. There's like a blue ending, which is like a good semi-ending, red ending, which is maybe a bad ending, or purple ending, which is the true ending. Because red and blue make purple. So that'd be a cool play on colors, as just on its own thing. Fun fact: Kane did beat the Satan Nightbringer in a fight in the war in heaven. Nice. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Huh. Then in theory. See, now you got my Warhammer brain ticking. Especially since the lore writers don't cover anything and don't put any gaps between anything that make any sense after certain major events like that. Now you got me on another theory that just made my brain go, huh, interesting. So Cain was powerful enough to already kill and create blood, or skulls, one could say, even back then. So one could argue. So I'm telling you, Tat, if I were responsible for the lore of Warhammer, I could tie something really nasty together that would actually make sense for several different characters. Huh. It would also explain why they hate each other, too. This is getting a little too coincidental, but I don't think that they actually planned for that. I think that's just pure happenstance of writing when it was doing good versus writing today. Like, it's writing when it was decent. It was also help made by the fans before what it become now is what lore and canon and Warhammer is. But, huh. I mean, if we can get it big enough one day, chat. I mean, if it gets popular enough, then no offense, the popularity trumps anything. So, especially if it's better than the original, as far as lore is concerned. Mm. Any normal person would have gone insane if they were trapped in an ever changing mansion. That's true too, right? Let's think about that too from this game's perspective. How is our guy? How is this family so attuned to this? That's also why I'm leaning more towards my first two theories. The mad scientist theory still technically makes sense, but it makes less sense that how if it is just dimensional manipulation through a science type thingy, sci-fi, right? Instead of more fantasy. Um, then how is the kid controlling this? Like, how does the kid even remotely, even somewhat, like, we're starting to essentially, through instinct, figure out how to manipulate what rooms pop up where now. We're starting to somewhat understand this. So I guess my brain kind of comes to either he's a machine, which I doubt. I don't think that's the case. Or, and the house is a machine, but I doubt that. Or it's more leaning to the fantasy side of things, which I'm more leaning towards in general, theory wise, of the biblical or death thing. Like it's either death related, and we are dead, and this is us. This is memories of this house, and because when you supposedly when you die, your memories scatter into a billion pieces and become this shattered like glass, like almost looking at the stained glass picture kind of situation. These are just from like stories I've heard on internet and people that supposedly had like near death experiences but saw things and things like that. I have a theory that maybe the brain when it dies that all the in real life that all the chemicals and the way our brain works finds a way to create almost a pseudo dream world temporarily for our brain and our soul to pass on to the next whatever that may be or to nothingness or whatever it is. I don't totally believe in the nothingness theory when it comes to stuff like that. I believe there is something to it because I feel like if it was nothingness, then the cascade or loop would end eventually that makes up the universe. Because there is that other Schrodinger's cat theory also kind of plays against that there being nothing, right? It's like you may not see it's nothing, but that's only because you're not seeing into the box, right? Is there really a cat in the box? Well, in that same argument, one could argue if truly there is nothingness when you pass on, then how does the universe itself continue to function? So even that theory in its own right is like in the box, if you get what I mean. If the universe is the box and we are the cat, then if there's nothing to observe the cat, then the cat should have never existed to begin with, right? So, in that weird conundrum like way of looking at it on a vast scale, I don't give in to the when you go on, you go to nothingness, like there's nothing beyond this. I think the creation of that thought is, to me, created out of fear and just not understanding what maybe afterlife is, and just, in my opinion, no offense, very much of a sad place of whoever came up with that theory. I think that's a dark thought. Because, yeah, maybe it is true, but even if it is or isn't, does it really matter? Is the point. And that's the issue of that thought to begin with. And to me, that kind of push towards that theory is a little bit useless, in my opinion. And I don't think that it, to me, has as much merit as a lot of other theories of afterlife and things like that. So it's either a very much afterlife theory type game, or it's a more biblical based story type game that's based on a biblical story about a house that I've read that's literally like this. That's based on huge biblical ties and angels and stuff like that. And I'll say Catholic. Actually, I was gonna say Christianity, but then I realized no, it's based on a Catholic story. If that's this house is so because it's predominantly a house that is in Britain. It's definitely in the United Kingdom. It's not anywhere else, and that's what this house is, according to the lore of this game. So that's why I'm leaning more towards the first two theories. A afterlife or what comes after kind of situation type deal, or it's literally just has to do with angels and biblical stuff and stuff like that. Not sure yet, but we will know more as we go on. One more thing, Cain wasn't a shard during the war in heaven. He was fully he was a fully formed war god capable of fighting in real space. See this? Hmm, I don't want to go into another theory because that would be here too long for that. To see, the more I hear about these lords, the more I learn about Warhammer's previous, like, I guess you could call it backstory, right? The things that happened before the 40k that made the 40k what 40k is. It's like me and James have talked about. I don't know if he's still in chat or not, and what he was asking earlier and stuff. Is like that's why I've come up with the crazy theory about Zeech and all the other Chaos gods. Because I have a distinct feeling if the writers were good, there's an unhinged part of the story that they could actually make complete sense. And it would not only sell units, sell models, promote factions, but also give the lore hungry people of Warhammer who love Warhammer for that reason even more to break their teeth on and enjoy and consume. Swear businesses don't know how to business anymore. But point being, and I'm not saying that's actually true. My theory on what the Chaos Gods might be, or what they should be, I guess you could say now at this point, because what they actually are, canon wise, or at least according to Warhammer, they exist because they exist. But if you actually look at especially from what Farseer's explained, what I've learned reading, the old ones, the Satan stuff, and all of that, and you look at all of that and what came from that, there are so many things in there you could argue that probably formed a certain something. But once again, that's just a theory and probably maybe a wrong theory according to at least the writers of Warhammer, because they decided to go a much lazier route with their story writing. Just it is because it is. I hate that story so much. That's a children's book level of writing. I'm just gonna call that out. If you can't come up with a proper backstory for your characters, you should not be writing. Then that person who's in charge of that department should not be in charge of that department, because that is kindergarten stuff. Oh, that's like when you're with, no. I'll give you the perfect example. This is like me and my friend from when I was a kid. We used to do like little pretend games, right? That's like me go. So let's say and we used to do little fights and stuff, right? That's like him throwing a kick at me in pretend world, and me going, I did a twirling back flipping forward kick. And he goes, you can't do that. How would you pull that off? And I go, just because I can. That's what that is. That is literally that level of intelligence when it comes to writing. If that is how you explain the origins of any character, because they exist. Uh, what washback person did you give free money to that didn't know how to write that you put in charge of that? And it's like, cause that's what that is. That is someone who is feeding off of other people's hard work that created an actual lore before that and gets what's called washback. That means they get paid to live off someone else's work because they just added on a little something to lore, even though it was worth nothing. So it's like, it's so sad. It happens a lot, but there are a lot of hidden aspects of Warhammer lore people hardly know about, like the daemon that rebelled against Zeech one time. Well, that's cool. I didn't know that either. But seeing those kinds of things and hearing those kinds of things does show me how unhinged the Warhammer universe, even to its own self, really is, and that they should really hire way better lore writers that can connect this shit together properly and give something worth Resident Evil levels or any of the or Metal Gear Solid like stuff, because it's a continuing universe, right? It's Warhammer. It's always going to be a tabletop game, have video games based around it. With the amount of lore that is unhinged, that could be hinged together, and the infinite amount of progress that it alone already could be using, video game or movie wise, it's like me and Tam King talked about a certain Alien and Predator, which, unlike the Warhammer people right now, something very beautiful has happened recently. Now, it is getting a little harp on the wrong reasons already, because it seems like we've gotten to a point in our society where even when something decent, it doesn't seem to be hurting it too bad. To be fair, I think overall all the fans just don't care and they see it as what it is, and then it's actually a push in the right direction. Um, but it is sad to see like there's just too much BS that's allowed in this world nowadays to just people just to say what they want just for the shit of saying it when it means absolutely nothing. It's like so. It's like so. It's like, but contextually, story wise, and what it's based on, because here's the thing that they're doing beautifully. Even if they don't take every single jab and every single piece of the puzzle, jigsaw puzzle, if the core of what it's representing right now stays intact, it has infinite Marvel growth, is what I call it. And that's what Marvel does, even though they sometimes step off the bridge just a little. But they clearly have, at least overall, most of the time, better writers than a lot of these others. Proven so far by the conjunction and linked together universe that they've slowly been crafting. So, if this other franchise does well in that way and gets its core set up, sky's the freaking limit after that. Same thing with this other series for its competitor. And what am I referencing? Well, I'm referencing Alien Earth and Predator Badlands, which are two very new, very beautiful, and extremely promising, basically core foundations of something that could catapult the Xenomorph Wayland verse slash Predator verse that's in the same universe to heights that only the books were taking it. Alien Earth's even more impressive, to be fair, in my opinion, but Badlands is definitely doing the right thing, and I'm very excited. So, a lot of the stories are separated with little consequences, despite having a deep impact of expanding upon it. Yeah, exactly. Like the custodians in charge of watching SCP level type horrors underneath the Imperial Palace. That's another thing too. People forget Cthulhu. And there's another thing. There's a lot of untapped factions and creatures that even exist in the 40k lores I've learned that I did not know existed. Cthulhu is one of them. Now he's not called that in Warhammer. He's just an eldritch type being, just like what Farseer just said, like SCP level stuff, things like that. There are entities, even Necrons and other things, and things across that verse that are also unattached and don't seem to be paid any mind for some reason, even though they're massively overpowered and could instantly screw that entire universe up. Which one could argue some of these things are a little too strong, to the point of they clearly another example of the writer running out of ideas and taking the grade school level of writing and going, all right, well, everything else is OP. Make this able to kill everything else that's OP. Once again, that childlike, just because I can kind of thing going for your writing. Instead of actually building blocks through words towards any type of concept of anything. But that is interesting. But there's a lot of that in the Warhammer lore. It's just about time to end though. It's almost 7. I got to get off here and get food. So I am gonna wrap this up for now. I'm not sure what we're doing tomorrow, chat. Realistically, it's been a crazy one. So I'm going to attempt for us to do our machine RPG that we didn't get to do today. But if for some reason it falls through, I think Blueprints is going to be our permanent filler. Like Blueprints is our game because it's going to take so long to figure everything out, and the mystery will probably be here for, like Farseer said, we might not have this solved for another 6 streams worth of episodes on this game. So, and who knows how many days it will be within those streams. Depends on if I can keep doing multiple days each stream now. The more I learn, the faster each run will get. So it will start to cascade eventually and get quicker and quicker and quicker. But realistically, I am sensing right now, because we still have yet to see even half the rooms, that have to be probably drafted closer to the antechamber. We probably only have 25% of the info we need right now, story wise, mystery wise, puzzle wise. So, yeah, I'm gonna say at least 5 to 6 more episodes for sure, most likely. So this is going to become our permanent just side, just have fun, do some puzzling, do some mysteries, write some notes down, rack our brain. This is also a good brain to just chill and chat and talk with you guys when I'm not writing notes down for the rooms. Um, uh, when I'm not writing notes down for the rooms, for us to just theorize, kind of have a vlog in a way too. We can also just talk during this. Now I don't want to go off on too many tangents during these streams on certain things on that would be more vlog oriented, but overall, this is more of our chill, kind of just enjoy and solve the mystery stream. But we are definitely getting, I'd say, at least now into the meat and bone of this game, and now we're going to get to see the main portion of what's probably fixing to start up. So, there is an entire Space Marine chapter, the Death Specters, I've heard that name somewhere before, in charge of watching an area. So those must be the ones that watch over that type of thing. I must have saw a YouTube video about that somewhere because I had. That's also how I found out about the Cthulhu type thing, the Eldritch horror type things that do actually exist in 40k. Technically, that actually got a lore and actually have a written down part of their codex, which is very strange. Um, but yeah, have no models, have no faction or anything in fantasy either, which is what. And the Tyranids aren't this, by the way. The Tyranids are a whole nother thing. We're not talking about the Tyranids. They are separate from this. It's just, I don't understand writing today. Maybe it's just because I love writing and I love deep stories. I enjoy them both books wise, movies, shows. So when I see something kind of skimp out on this, or just, no offense, didn't put in the work, this makes me sad because lore is not the most important thing, at least not to a video game. I will at least say that. Not to a video game. But not always. It's the gameplay that technically takes precedence, and then lore becomes second, depending on the game you're making. But as far as movies, hell, even tabletop to a certain extent, shows, lore is stupid important. Because and this is why I mean why it's important for tabletop, because people are probably looking at me, well, why? It's just a game as well. It's a board game with models. Yes, but you have to sell those models, and you have to have reason for people to care about these models. And unlike a video game, the gameplay itself is not going to carry that, because tabletop is not as easy to get into, and unlike a video game, you can't just buy one model and play Warhammer. You have to buy a whole set, which could be hundreds of dollars. Yeah, most people aren't going to spend that money if they're not interested already in something about the universe. So once again, proving like what I said, lore is a big thing when it comes to board games to a certain extent, Less so with them at least, but because this is more tabletop board game versus an actual just board game like Wingspan or Catan or Ticket to Ride, those board games are more hinged on the actual gameplay and are closer to real video games because they're condensed down into one simple, more mechanic that it gets expanded on through just different maps. Whereas Warhammer, because each model is a significant investment, and because each model means something in its own right, why you're getting it, why you're interested, why do you like the orcs of 40k? You probably read somewhere that they're crazy and they love stealing other people's stuff, and that for some reason their machines just work because they're electronic mushrooms, essentially, is what orcs are. Now, once again, I've explained my theory into what that is too, in the creation from their masters who created them, and what they probably made them from. But once again, doesn't really matter because this is just a theory and probably not canon. But that is kind of my point. The canon is just, oh, they're just electric mushroom people. Yay! That they just happen to have this ability they got from the Crocs that were created by the old ones, and it's like, it's like, give me a night and I could make that sound so much better. Give me one night and I could make that entire thing sound so much better. Now, I wouldn't do this for them for free. They would have to pay me. Because if I'm gonna dish out my own lores that I think should be for these things, I'm either gonna do it because I think that the universe should improve in general, and then don't care about me being the one for the credit or the money or blah blah blah. But in this situation, because the company itself refuses to even try to get proper writers for anything or care about the lore or the fans or the way the incidents have played out, yeah, no. It's like I won't ever fully divulge what my main crux and context of the world that I think Warhammer should be, not necessarily is, um, ever. Because the reason for that is I don't want someone to hear that and then go and take that and then they happen to be for Warhammer and blah 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 blah. Sorry, that ain't happening. You want to do better at your stories? Hire better writers or me. One or the other. Otherwise, it's just gonna be that same kindergarten level. It's because it can. It's like, but either way. But I'm gonna wrap it up there. Let's see. No, there's also really. There's also Arachnids in 40k, but Tyranids stole their thunder. Oh, you would think they'd just be a part of the Tyranids, I guess, at that point, if they were gonna just overshadow another species like that with another bug-like hive mind. Spiders would also be more intelligent in that way and way scarier, but that could have been just design choice by they didn't want to trigger arachnophobia on everyone playing against that faction. But then again, video games have spiders in them all the time, so at this point it's like when it comes to stuff like that, most people who play fantasy games, sci-fi games, fantasy mainly, 'cause sci-fi has less spidery like things in it. But fantasy, you have to know if you're going to play any fantasy game, there's a chance you're going to come across spiders of any kind. Giant spiders, regular spiders, humanoid spiders, anime spiders. You get my drift. um, so I don't know. Even if it was a design, oh, we don't want to trigger arachnophobia. Do you really think the players of tabletop Warhammer have arachnophobia on a level that they'd be scared of a fake model of a human-like spider? Anyways, peace and love, though. But yeah, that is kind of sad to hear. See, Tau and Eldar got shafted the most because Eldar exists to suffer, and Tau was almost wiped out by a fallen faction. A fallen faction of Death Guard. Wow. Once again, that's that loosey goosey string throwing around. But that's probably more modern. See, the more stuff you tell me, I can tell where it started to happen, where the modernization and cheapness of the story started to kind of tick up to the top and become more noticed. That sounds like one of the beginning aspects of it. Because that doesn't sound as put together as what you told me about the old ones and stuff. Clearly, the ones who wrote the lore for that need to be writing the lore for everything. Because whoever wrote the lore for what you just said sounds way more unhinged, and that's more keen to what we're seeing today. So, but oh well, that's on them. That's Warhammer's loss. I'm always an advocate for giving tips and advice to try to, if you really truly want to keep that profit, keep that market going for whatever your product is. Don't just slam it against the wall and keep doing it and hope that it always works. Anyways, but peace and love, everyone. I hope you enjoyed our delve into the mansion. The sun's in my eyes. I'm gonna back up a little bit so you can see my face. Thank you for joining in for another episode of Delving into the Mansion as we solve the mystery of the Blue Prince, who might be a red prince, who also might be a purple prince, who also might be dead, or an angel. Who really knows yet? Or maybe a mad scientist. I haven't figured out which yet. Either way, some dimensional craziness is definitely going on with this house in a kind of dirigible slash Rubik's Cube kind of fashion. So that is the best Warhammer lore. So that makes sense. It was probably written by different writers at that time, is why. Actual writers, it sounds like, compared to today. But either way, that's Warhammer's not the only one making that mistake in some of those departments. So, oh well. So, but a certain marathon running into a wall also ruined its lore. Oopsies. Anyways, I hope you all enjoyed chat, and I hope you all have had a good one coming into the mansion to explore the mysterious Rubik's cube of a house that this thing is. And I hope to see y'all tomorrow. It'll be a lot earlier. We'll be starting around lunchtime tomorrow because I'll be up much earlier in the morning. Because my mom's got church in the morning, so I'm always up earlier on Sundays. So I'll be chilling for that morning. I'll probably start Doom in the morning if I don't do something tonight. Depends on if Tam King wants to golf or if anyone wants to join up in the party or do something tonight. If after I eat, depending on what goes on. So if not, I'll be doing that on my own and on the background in the morning. And then when we stream, if everything works out, we're going to be doing our little robot RPG or excuse me, turn-based strategy city builder colony sim game. Oh, and Dungeons and Dragons simulator, which I guess RPG. Yeah, I'm just gonna say RPG. Role playing is technically all that D&D really is. Is so it fits. It makes sense. So we'll either be doing that or we'll dive back into the mansion once more and try to solve a couple more puzzles and see if we can uncover us some more rooms that we have not made it to yet. It'll be one of those two things tomorrow, and then coming this week. Oh no, wait. Oh shoot. James has his day off tomorrow. Actually, it might be Warhammer tomorrow. Sorry, I always forget because today's Saturday, tomorrow's Sunday. James told me his main day off guaranteed is Sunday. So that he'll be here Sunday for sure. So it might actually be Total War Warhammer 3. But if it's not, it'll definitely either be our robot RPG Colony Sim City Builder, turn based strategy game, or it'll be Blueprints and solve even more of the mystery of the Sinclair family. Let's see. Horus Heresy lore is what I mean. Yeah, well, that's when all the good shit, too. Horus Heresy also clearly was written by better writers as well. Because that's also got some really nasty and really awesome setups, like concepts, and things that tied together perfectly. The Horus Heresy is a masterpiece out of all of the lore. It's the best part of the lore. Which I do think Warhammer hates that. I actually want to say that before I go. I think they hate that because it forced them to have to do better with the other lore when I think they were hoping they could just do it as some pass off thing, as some big event, kind of like a free to play game, and then just move on from that with whatever they wanted, thinking everyone was just going to accept that. Oops. This is why story writing and lore writing is just as much of an important department in video game design when you have a good lore or a deep lore that is required of your game as anything else. So, either way, I can't wait to read about the scouring or scorching campaign. But either way, a big shout out to my moderator Farseer for joining in tonight. Big shout out to Tam King also joining in to chill for tonight in the background, and a new and massive shout out to Brad uh, Laseo. Hopefully, once again, I didn't say your name wrong. But big shout out to Brad for joining in the stream. uh, Figuring out the mystery and working on solving the puzzle, and to everyone watching the series as well. I know this is a niche thing, and I know not everyone on my channel is going to watch this. Do not feel bad about that. Not something we normally do on this channel, so it's one of those things that I don't expect it to do too well on our with our content, because our content is more suited towards things that are more action paced, whether it be fast paced strategies, hardcore turn based, first person shooters, action adventures, and hack and slashes and stuff like that. Role playing as well, but usually still some action based in those role playing. Which, like I said, I've got a surprise for you, chat, next month. A very, very special surprise. We already all know about Dark Ages. You don't know what else we're going to be doing. It was a last minute decision, but then I realized, why wouldn't I do that? Why shouldn't I do that? Y'all have never seen me do that game. Not once. I played that game on another part of my life, and I would love to relive it. Or, technically, because of what makes that game great, create a whole new life and new situation that may unfold. And I can let y'all decide again, just like we're doing with the robot game. Y'all will get to decide everything we do, good or bad, whatever happens. So I got a surprise for y'all this next month, chat. Also, to support a good developer when they show what good games are and remind every other developer out here what it looks like. So I can't wait to do that next month. But I hope y'all enjoyed, and peace and love to everyone out there watching. And I hope to see y'all tomorrow during the lunchtime hours around, I'll say 12:30, 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, U.S. So whatever time that is for all you guys out there, that's what time we're going to be starting up whatever stream. But that's if, unless James is available. I'm going to try to get a hold of James hopefully earlier before that. If the stream ends up being later, it's because I had to wait to see if James is going to be available, because sometimes he doesn't get on to a little later. So it's a little hard to tell if he's going to make it or not in some cases. Unless I end up talking to him tonight somehow, which if that's the case, I'll know otherwise. I'm shooting for 12:30, 1 o'clock, for even for Warhammer if possible, so we can get started early enough with Darius, James, me. Hopefully Darius, if he's available too. That's also another thing we have to take into consideration. But if it works out, 12:30, 1 o'clock, 1:32 at the latest, hopefully, and then we'll work from there if it gets really bad and things just don't work out. We'll see how it goes. But either way, thank you so much to everyone joining in tonight and everyone being a part of the stream. And I hope to see you all in tomorrow's episode. And I will catch you all in our next one. Bye, everybody. Peace and love. Hope you all have a good morning or good evening wherever you may be. And I will see you all in our next one. Bye.